मतलब मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये कंट्रोल विराट कोहली आवाज नहीं आ रही मुझे लग रहा है सबसे ज्यादा आवाज जो आ रही है इस पर मैं दोबारा से बोलूंगा और आवाज ऊंची आनी चाहिए विराट कोहली बल्कि ऐसे कहते हैं शोर में जाना है आपको दोनों हाथ उठाकर अपनी सीट से खड़े होकर इकट्ठे उठेंगे 3 में उठना है 1 2 3
बस ठीक है.
Talking about Naseem Shah.
What
He's
is
got a
it?
mic.
He's got a mic,
I've got a
but
mic.
he doesn't have an IFB, so he can't hear you.
We all got a mic. तो आज ही क्या पूछेंगे आप मुझसे? नसीम शाह बड़ा अच्छा बॉलर है.
What replay sequence do you want them in?
अच्छा पहले उधर आएंगे. उसको
He can't hear you, but he can speak to you.
I've got it here, but
Show us the replay.
पीछे से हटा दिया उसको.
What
ठीक है.
sequence do you want them in?
ठीक है. उतार दो. Any will do.
Is this
Yeah,
the first
from
one?
here.
Yeah,
दो
that's
तो हैं
fine.
सारे.
He's okay
with it.
He said it doesn't really matter.
It's fine. He's just got to talk. Or there's nothing there to talk.
I have no idea what I'll say, but I'll come out with something.
Yeah.
Some utter.
Yeah.
Naseem bhai, you will be.
कर दे यार, जो
अगर
दिल
पकड़
कर
लेता
रहा
हूँ.
है.
मेरे हाथ में और कुछ नहीं है.
मैं केड़ा ऑस्कर हो रहा है. चल, thank you. Vicky, this is
Yeah,
all
that's
yours.
good.
You coached him.
Yeah.
This is good, they're saying. This is good.
You coached him, na Vicky?
It's broken.
Yeah, मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया ले गया था first time.
Australia.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया.
मैं सुबह
No, they've
मैसेज
got their
फोन
mic.
किया उन्होंने अपना.
Haan, left hand.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Vicky.
Sorry, go again. So first I'm going to talk about Naseem in general, about what impressed each of them. And then when I talk about, we've got some footage here to analyze his technical aspect, and then you can sort of roll, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Sorry, go on. Yeah, I'm going to start with Waqar first. Yeah, I'm here to. I'm out here today with two of the greatest of all times, and we're going to talk about Naseem and and then start with Waqar
इतनी
first.
गालों गर्मी बड़ी है.
It's not like Dubai though.
Oh no, this is not even like Lahore. It's
Yeah.
much better.
हाँ.
Lahore.
But I know कराची की
Ground
कोई
is in
चीज़ है.
good shape.
कराची की कोई चीज़ है वहाँ.
केटे भी वहाँ.
Well, I'm out here today because I've got two of the greatest of all times that Pakistan has produced and the game has ever seen. It is, of course, the two Ws, Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram. Gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for joining me. And I've got them because I need, and obviously everyone wants to hear their insight on Pakistan's upcoming fast bowling prodigy, Naseem Shah. Waqar, I'll start with you first. Of course, you were part of the Pakistan setup when you saw this young, fresh talent, then only 16. What was it that struck you about him then?
Look, I think not only the youngster. Sorry. Let's see. Shame can look. Sorry.
It's all
I know
right.
you did well, and I just
It's all right.
once it's. Okay. Yeah, no. मैं shame can look.
Well, I'm out here in the middle to get some insight on the upcoming Pakistan fast bowling prodigy Naseem Shah. And for that, I have two of the greatest of all times that the cricket game has seen, the two Ws, of course, Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis. Waqar, I'll start with you first, of course. Naseem Shah, into the setup, young, fresh, raw at 16. And you were hugely instrumental in bringing him in. What struck you about him when you saw him then?
Literally everything about him, actually. And if you look at the Pakistan fast bowling battery, there are not only Naseem, but there are few who are really, challenging the top seed. So I feel Naseem Shah, when I first saw him, he was a finished product. I mean, a classical action, gets to the crease really nicely. He had everything about him when I first saw him. And his opportunity came because Amir and Wahab pulled out just before the Australia tour, so we didn't really have much of a choice also. So I thought, take some youngsters along, and in coming years, or maybe year or year and a half, 2 years, they will really get into it. Look at this. I mean, he's got a perfect run up. Gets to the crease really nicely, gets side on really nicely, hits the deck really hard, and he's got pace. The key thing for me is the pace. He's got that pace. He's got a Dennis Lilly kind of action. Vasim bhai, you'll probably know more about it.
Vicky, you worked with him.
Yeah.
What I love about him, his follow through. And obviously the way he bends down puts all the pressure on his front leg, and then that follow through.
Yeah.
And he's got very clean action.
Yes, no
That's
doubt.
so important. Very clean, front arm is high, and then of course with front arm when he uses that with pivot, he gets it outswing. But I think what I've seen improvement in his bowling, Waqar, is in this recent Asia Cup, is that now he bowls that big in-swingers with the new ball.
Yeah.
And I mean those pitches, especially the Dubai pitch, helped his bowling as well and gave him some confidence as a bowler. And of course now as an all-rounder.
Well, you can't take those two massive sixes out of the equation. But the character this young boy has shown, still only 19, the mental resolve, it is truly impressive.
It really is. It's very, very impressive under pressure against the big teams, bowling consistently well and with consistent pace, like Waqar said. 140 plus. I don't know the exact numbers, but in Asia Cup, Pakistani fast bowlers, there was a graphic they were showing that the bowlers who bowled 140 plus deliveries in that Asia Cup. Pakistani bowlers bowled over 160 plus deliveries. Other teams were like 40, 30, maybe less. So that shows how good our fast bowling department is. And they're all very young.
Indeed. And of course, he's a superstar in the making. But this white ball format especially is ever evolving, fast evolving. There's always room for improvement. And of course, he's far beyond his age. What message would you give him in terms of adding to his game or improving on certain aspects?
Look, I think he's got to keep on playing. I think the more he'll play, he'll get better and better. He had a fair share of injuries. I mean, he had back injury, stress fractures, he had a groin injury. And when you are at that tender age of 17, 18, you are bound to get these. Vasim bhai got that injury, a groin injury, a massive groin injury. I had a couple of stress fractures in my back. So you are going to go through. This is something, it comes with the fast bowling. So you have to deal with that. And hopefully, once he gets stronger and stronger, he's going to get better and better. The good thing what we did when we were, and now what he's doing is, he's played longer version test match cricket, 4-day cricket. And I think the more he'll play longer version, the more bowling goes into his legs.
The better he'll become. With all these youngsters nowadays, when they ask me or Waqar, wherever on social media or in general they meet in person, how to increase pace. So the only way you can increase pace is, guys, basically we've been saying all along, the more you bowl, the quicker you'll become. Your fast bowling muscle gets stronger. But nowadays, with this format, I've seen bowlers, I'm not naming them, especially in our neighbours league, these bowlers comes in 140, 145, and within a year or two, they go to 135. Because they come in nets and say, we're going to bowl 20 deliveries. 20 deliveries takes just to warm up, and then you bowl your overs.
It's fantastic listening to the insight. Thank you very much for joining me here. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's back to you guys. For me, the players who look out from Pakistan
Really wishing the great game of cricket will uplift the mood of Pakistan, a country that is grappling with a natural calamity. Wonderful to be back at National Stadium, Karachi, and we're here for the Bank Al Falah presents Dafa News Pakistan versus England T20 series. Yeah, fantastic to be here once again, and we're looking forward to this historical tour. Remember, England are touring after 17 years to Pakistan, and we've got 7 T20s, plenty to look forward to in that regard as well. Am I switching? Is this my camera? Or this is the white. This is my camera. Okay, got it. Can I hear the guests as well? Yes, okay. Properly? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hi. Welcome to the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show. There's plenty to look forward to in this series as England come after 17 years to Pakistan. Plenty to look forward to, like I said. And of course, both these teams are eyeing that all-important World Cup, making combinations. So, yeah, like I said, it's going to be an interesting series. And I've got with me David Kaur and Wasim Akram. David, how are you?
Very pleased to be here.
Pleased to be here. Yeah, how are you? How's the weather? They just want to hear your...
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I'm very pleased to be here. The weather is perfect. I'm excused gardening, which is good. Got a job, which is good. Series, which will be good. So, yeah, we will talk at length.
How are you, Wasim bhai?
I'm good. Good to be back in Pakistan. Good to see cricket happening in Pakistan. And that too against England after 17 years.
Looking forward to it.
We all are.
What happened to the eye of pitch side? It wasn't really showing. countdown has finally ended, and it's after 17 long years that England will play an international match on Pakistan soil.
It's an honour to be part of this historic tour. Karachi and Lahore, a fascinating contest coming your way.
Watch out England, we are ready.
England, watch out, मैं तैयार हूँ अपने यॉर्कर्स के साथ.
For me, the players to look out from Pakistan, Shan Masood, and of course, the young 19-year-old Naseem Shah.
5 wickets for Naseem Shah.
You'll have heard a lot about Bazball in tests, but this England white ball team has plenty of firepower of its own. Get ready for some explosive hitting.
It's a good time for Babar Azam to regain his form, and for the Pakistani middle order has to come to the party.
Not much separates the two teams, so I'm predicting a super over in Karachi.
Really wishing the great game of cricket will uplift the mood of Pakistan, a country that is grappling with a natural calamity. Great to be back in the City of Lights, Karachi, where we're here for Pakistan versus England. It's the Bank Alfala presents Dafa News Pakistan versus England T20 series. Welcome to the Naya Nazmabad Pitchside Show. We're here in Karachi and we've got a historic series on here. England is coming back after 17 years and there's plenty to look forward to in this series overall as well. Lots of combinations that we're looking at. Remember, it is all the road to that World Cup, T20 World Cup that we're preparing for. I've got with me some esteemed guests over here with me. David Gower and Wasim Akram, the two legends, are here next to me. DG, welcome back. Lovely to have you here. Are you looking forward to it? It's a historic tour in so many different ways.
Very much. Well, first of all, thank you for having me back. It doesn't seem long since I was last here. The gap is short, which is good. Secondly, the one point I really have to make, it's 17 years, it should only have been 1 year. We know full well England should have been here before this. So I hope they will make amends by playing some great cricket. I think the series will start very evenly matched. As you say, there are people looking for World Cup places in the next month or so. There are people missing, which gives chances to other players, and that applies to both teams. So I think it is a very, very exciting series. And as I say, great to be back. Great to see England here for the first time in 17 years, and long may that last.
Waz, your thoughts on this tour, the significance, and overall, what are you looking forward to the most?
I'm excited like anybody else in Pakistan. The streets are buzzing, traffic is blocked, people are having a go at the teams to start off with, but they are very excited deep inside. And David, that subject you just mentioned, England should have been here a year ago.
Yes.
It's a very touchy subject to us, but they're here.
No, but I'm very happy to make the point strongly because I was here last year, but they weren't.
Yeah, I know.
And I was very, very disappointed because they should have been here.
Right. Quick look at the squads as well. Let's see what we've got for the Pakistan perspective. This is what it looks like. Waz, you follow the team in the Asia Cup as well. What do you make of the squad overall?
I think there was a lot of discussion going around after they announced the squad that he should have been there, he should have been there, he should have been there. I think this is the best they could do. World Cup is just about 2-3 weeks or almost a month away. So what you don't want to have big changes in your squad. And I think Shan Masood is a prime example. He kept his mouth shut. He let his bat talk and he got runs everywhere, against everywhere. Domestic here, in England county, in T20 format, he evolved as a player. So he made a comeback. Couple of youngsters are there as well. Amir Jamal and of course Ibrar Ahmed, the mystery spinner. So yeah, I think it's a consistent side and a good side.
Quick thoughts on England, lots of injuries. What do you make of the squad?
Yeah, lots of injuries, but that gives space for someone new or someone old, like Alex Hales, who we've seen in PSL in this country for the last few years, who is exciting, he's talented, he hits the ball a long, long way. For him to get his chance to play more international cricket will mean a lot to him. So he's one prime example. And some young players also given a chance the first time.
Yeah, lots to look forward to in this one. Alex Hales is making a comeback, so one to watch out for. Take a short break, be back just in a bit. back at the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show. And as we all know, in a historic series like this, the toss is always very important. What the nature of the ground holds, how many runs should we be scoring? 192, by the way, is the average score on this ground. The first innings average score is 192. So we'll have to wait and find out if that is going to be the case over here as well. Of course, both the sides have a brilliant bowling attack. The England team, despite all the fact that they've got injuries, they're still looking really good as well. Alex Hales is back to their side. From a Pakistan perspective, we'll see maybe some different experiments as well. Shan Masood is making a comeback. That's what we're hearing as well. So plenty to look forward to. Overall, it's going to be a fantastic contest. But we are ready with the toss. So let's head over to Arooj Mumtaz, who's out there with the two captains.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
It's great to be out here in the middle for this historic series, England versus Pakistan, as England return to Pakistan after 17 years. The crowd's warming up as we welcome you to the Bank Al-Falah presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022. Right, let's get right into it. I've got the two captains alongside Babar Azam and Moeen Ali, and of course the match referee, Mr. Mohammad Javed Malik. Babar, you have the coin? Let's go. The match referee has to make a long way across. It is a heads, and England have won the toss. Moeen, what will you do and why?
We're going to bowl just because it's first game. Wicket looks good. I don't think it will change, and yeah, we're just happy to bowl first.
Moeen, in terms of the significance of the series, obviously historic series, what does it mean for the English side?
It means a lot, obviously, for us to come here. We're lucky enough to come here after 17 years as players, and yeah, it means a lot. It's massive for us and massive for Pakistan at the same time with everything that's going on around the world.
You obviously mentioned it is special for you personally with having roots of your grandfather, of course, here. In personal terms, how significant is this for you?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I've not been to Pakistan much in my life, so to play cricket here, representing England as my country, is amazing. And no matter where you are in the world, to represent England as a captain is great. So to be here today is amazing, yeah.
And this, of course, is a lead into the World Cup, getting combinations right. Areas for improvement for the English side for you?
I think it's more about playing the cricket that we're used to playing, and also, you know, we've got new faces in the team now, which is a new cycle, almost feels like a new cycle. So it's having that same brand, but just bringing in fresh faces and see how we go.
And just on that, what's your team looking like for tonight?
Yeah, we've got a lot of changes. Obviously, Alex Hales comes in after 3 years, which is amazing for him, and he's a top player, as we all know. Ben Duckett also gets a chance today. Harry Brook is playing, and Luke Wood makes his debut, which is awesome for him as well.
Right, Moeen, thank you very much and good luck for tonight. Pakistan captain Babar Azam. Babar, obviously significant series for Pakistan. The crowd's obviously right into it. How important is this for Pakistan cricket?
Very important series for us, and before the World Cup we have 7 matches, so we are trying to playing good cricket in this series and looking forward to the match.
In terms of areas of improvement, again, it is a lead into the World Cup. What in particular are you looking to improve on?
Look, always improve your skills in every match. So we are trying to looking forward to the match, and we're trying after the Asia Cup, we're trying sit together and discuss our areas, and now we are as a team confident and looking forward to it.
Yes, of course, the toss didn't go your way. Batting first, you've had a look at the wicket. What do you think a good score will be?
Look like wicket is good, but the toss is not our hand, so we're trying to run on the board and put pressure on them.
And of course, finally, your team combination, what is it different from the last game that you played in the Asia Cup?
So we have Haider Ali comeback, Shan Masood's debut, and the rest of us, Usman Khadir playing, and Naseem Shah, 3 fast bowlers, and rest of the batters.
Well, fantastic, Babar, and good luck tonight. So the news from the centre is that England have won the toss and have elected to have a bowl.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, it seems as if England is obviously comfortable chasing on this ground, lots of runs, DG. But the main thing for them is that they've got Harry Brook, who we've seen a bit of in Lahore Qalandars for the PSL, and generally last year he was one of the star performers at the 100 as well. So an exciting young player.
Yeah, this is where the injuries and the resting people give opportunities. And we've seen Harry Brook here in PSL. We've seen, of course, Alex Hales here in PSL. Brook is one of these beautifully talented young players who can apparently do everything. So I've seen him get 100 in PSL. He knows the conditions. I'm sure he'll have plenty of points of his own to prove. But the opportunities are there for all. I mean, the important people will be the openers again to try and set the tone at the top of the innings. Middle order looks pretty strong despite the absentees. Yeah, no Bairstow, fine. But Alex Hales as a replacement, that's pretty good, isn't it? I mean, that is pretty good. There's depth in this England team. The bowling's interesting because a lot of, as it were, potential first-choice players are not fit yet. So it gives opportunities elsewhere. And for Luke Wood, again, someone else who's been here for PSL. So the people who've been here and experienced Pakistan will be the people to advise everyone else about conditions and the way it's done.
Talking about opportunities, Waz, Shan Masood is getting an opportunity. I know that a lot has been spoken about the combination, the top order, strike rates and all that, but it's nice to have Shan Masood back because we know that this year has been great for him.
This whole year has been great for him in every format, in red ball, white ball. His strike rate this year has been almost 140 in T20 format. So yeah, I'm glad he's back. I didn't hear the team by the skipper. Is Haider Ali back in the squad as well? Oh no, Haider Ali. I've heard his name, Haider Ali there.
Usman Qadir is playing as well. Haider Ali. We'll have the team in just a break. After the break, we'll find out exactly who is playing. But yeah, happy for Shan Masood because, like I said, when a deserving player comes into the side, he's worked hard to come back. Generally, you know, you expect him to be there and deliver.
Yeah, it's a learning curve for all the youngsters, people who are making a comeback into Pakistan team. Learn from him that only let your bat talk if you're a batsman. And instead of, you know, going on social media complaining, this is the way to do it. Even this day and age, it's the same thing applies.
I'm all in favour of Shan Masood. I've seen him play here last year's PSL, where, as Waz says, he let the bats do the talking, and he plays some great cricket. So it proves that whatever your age, whatever your experience, you can get better, you can learn, and you can adapt to these different formats. So I think it's a really good challenge for him personally. I think it lays down a marker for everyone trying to get into what is a very strong team. Because think back to, well, last October, these two teams looked to be the best two teams in the previous T20 World Cup. They looked like finalists. They both got beaten in the semi-final. So, again, that theme of building up the next World Cup and trying to do better, everyone has a point to prove. They've got these 7 matches to get some form going, to make some points. Yeah, it works. It works from that point of view.
Definitely works. Lots of opportunities for lots of them here. And generally we see, like we said, that Karachi is a high-scoring ground. But let's find out more about the pitch from Basil Khan.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
The first game of the series, and everything is about how the 22 yards will play. Well, I tell you this, in Karachi, the run rate is 8.69, so it's a beautiful batting pitch. The other factor that you have to look into is that the faster men, the pacers, go sort of 2 runs more or more expensive than the spinners. So straight away, a lot of spin, you have to bowl slower, you have to bowl into the pitch, cutters, all that, and spinners have to bowl pretty straight, stump to stump, because this looks like another belter and the ball will skid onto the bat. There'll be plenty of runs, and I think boundary options are pretty easy also because of the fact that the ball comes onto the bat so beautifully. The other thing, just to cap things off, there's a bit of breeze, so that'll make everything all the more comfortable.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a great opportunity to get your strike rate going on this pitch because it's just tailor-made for that. Now we'll take a short breather and we'll be back with a new set of guests on Naya Nazmabad pitch side. Back at the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show, and as you know, England have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. This is what the teams are looking like. I'm with a new set of guests as well. Arooj Mumtaz and Waqar Yunus join me. वकार भाई, पाकिस्तान की टीम में शान मसूद बहुत अभी मैंने उनके बारे में बात भी की है. He is making a not a comeback because it's actually his T20 debut, but उस्मान कादिर भी आज खेल रहे हैं.
जी, अच्छी बात है. I mean नए प्लेयरों को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है. धानी मेड अ कमबैक, उस्मान वापस आए हैं. सो आई थिंक ये सीरीज ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि जहाँ पे आप अपने यंगस्टर्स को देखें, क्योंकि इनमें से काफ़ी सारे तो वर्ल्ड कप में जा रहे हैं, तो इनको ज़्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी जो ही मिलती जाएगी. आई थिंक दे विल गेट बेटर एंड बेटर. ऑफ कोर्स फास्ट बॉलिंग इज ऑलवेज अ स्ट्रॉन्ग लिंक ऑफ पाकिस्तान टीम, and then of course two openers, Rizwan and Kaptan himself.
इंग्लैंड के पर्सपेक्टिव से अरूज, हैरी ब्रुक खेल रहे हैं, एलेक्स हेल्स हैं, बड़ी तगड़ी टीम लग रही है डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट के कुछ प्लेयर्स उनके इंजर्ड.
आई थिंक उनके लिए भी, जिस तरह मोइन ने टॉस पे भी कहा कि इट्स अ लीड इनटू द वर्ल्ड कप, के बहुत सारे कॉम्बिनेशंस ट्राई कर रहे हैं बिकॉज ऑफ अनअवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ प्लेयर्स. तो फिल सॉर्ट और एलेक्स हेल्स जो हैं वो आई थिंक बड़ा डिस्ट्रक्टिव पेयर है. फिर डेविड मलान का हमें पता ही है, बट खुशी है देखकर कि हैरी ब्रुक, जिन्होंने यहाँ पर लाहौर कलंदर्स के लिए 100 किया था, एंड कहते हैं ना, ही ब्रोक ऑन टू द सीन, एंड आई थिंक ही इज डन जस्टिस. इट विल बी अ गुड कॉन्टेस्ट.
अच्छा, मैंने देखा है कि अब आपने बात की कि पाकिस्तान की बॉलिंग अटैक जो है बड़ा ज़बरदस्त लग रहा है. फास्ट बॉलर्स हमने देखा ही था, एशिया कप में भी बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस थी उनकी तरफ से. तो क्योंकि वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट फास्ट बॉलर्स, तो बड़ा एक स्पेशल पीस था जो कि अरूज मुमताज़ स्पोक टू वकार यूनुस एंड वसीम अकरम, एंड इट वाज अबाउट नसीम शाह.
Expert advice brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, I'm out here in the middle to get some insight on the upcoming Pakistan fast bowling prodigy Naseem Shah. And for that, I have two of the greatest of all times that the cricket game has seen. The two Ws, of course, Wasim Akram and Waqar Yunus. Waqar, I'll start with you first, of course. Naseem Shah into the setup, young, fresh, raw at 16. And you were hugely instrumental in bringing him in. What struck you about him when you saw him then?
Literally everything about him, actually. And if you look at the Pakistan fast bowling battery, there are not only Naseem, but there are few who are really, challenging the top seed. So I feel Naseem Shah, when I first saw him, he was a finished product. I mean, a classical action, gets into the crease really nicely. He had everything about him when I first saw him, and his opportunity came because Amir and Wahab pulled out just before the Australia tour, so we didn't really have much of a choice also. So I thought, take some youngsters along, and in coming years, or maybe year or year and a half, 2 years, they will really get into it. Look at this. I mean, he's got a perfect run up. Gets to the crease really nicely, gets side on really nicely, hits the deck really hard, and he's got pace. The key thing for me is the pace. He's got that pace. He's got a Dennis Lilly kind of action. Wasim bhai, you probably know more about it.
Vicky, you worked with him.
Yeah.
What I love about him, his follow through. And obviously the way he bends down puts all the pressure on his front leg, and then that follow through.
Yeah.
And he's got very clean action.
Yes.
That's so important. Very clean. Front arm is high, and then of course with front arm, when he uses that with pivot, he gets it outswing. But I think what I've seen improvement in his bowling, Waqar, is in this recent Asia Cup, is that now he bowls that big in-swingers with the new ball. And I mean, those pitches, especially the Dubai pitch, helped his bowling as well and gave him some confidence as a bowler. And of course now as an all-rounder.
Well, you can't take those two massive sixes out of the equation, but the character this young boy has shown, still only 19, the mental resolve, it is truly impressive.
It really is. It's very, very impressive under pressure against the big teams, bowling consistently well and with consistent pace, like Waqar said. 140 plus. I don't know the exact numbers, but in Asia Cup, Pakistani fast bowlers, there was a graphic they were showing that the bowlers who bowled 140 plus deliveries in that Asia Cup. Pakistani bowlers bowled over 160 plus deliveries. Other teams were like 40, 30, maybe less. So that shows how good our fast bowling department is, and they're all very young.
Indeed, and of course he's a superstar.
Well, he definitely is a superstar. Talking about Naseem Shah, thank you so much for all your useful insight, and definitely he is one to watch out for. Once again, they spoke about his action. Generally, जो है हमने देखा है कि fast bowlers आते हैं, different चीजें होती हैं जो उनकी strengths होती हैं. इसकी strength, obviously, it's his mental strength as well as his action that we heard from these legends talk about. Now, we're actually only moments away from the game. The England team is there. बहुत बड़े-बड़े stars हैं. Crowd भी जो है आहिस्ता-आहिस्ता build up हो रहा है. I can tell you that the atmosphere is going to be absolutely buzzing. Alex Hales, he's definitely one to watch out for. England has won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with all the live action.
Welcome to the Karachi National Stadium as Bank Al Falah presents DAFA News Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022. This is the first of 7 matches in this series, and what an occasion this will be as England return to Pakistan for the first time in 17 years. Just to confirm that schedule, tonight, the 22nd of September, the 20th of September, the first of these 4 matches in Karachi. 3 matches follow in Lahore, finishing in early October, so 7 matches in total, and a lot of points to prove for both teams as they look ahead to the World T20. This is a newly laid pitch, relayed pitch here in Karachi. It looks very much the same as many pitches that those have seen in Karachi before will recognise. It always looks a very good, solid, and let's say batting pitch. Now the toss. That coin went a long way just to celebrate the fact that these two teams are playing against. It was England winning the toss, and their captain, of course, Moeen Ali, deciding to bat second to chase. So these are the teams then. Babar Azam leading from the front, all being well. Rizwan, Haider Ali. Shan making his T20I debut. So that's a big day for him, a very interesting selection. He's been in such good form over the last couple of years. Iftikhar, Kushdil, Nawaz, Usman, the leg spinner. Ralph Naseem, a very, very good hand of quick bowling, of pace bowling. For England, inevitable changes with injuries in the camp. Salt will open with Alex Hales. Alex Hales back in the England one-day team after 3 years. Doe Malan and Ben Duckett, both experienced. Harry Brook, young and incredibly talented. PSL has seen him. Moeen Ali, the captain. Sam Curran, Willie, Wood, Rashid and Gleeson. A lot of pace bowlers still getting their way back to fitness, but all these men for England have played their part in T20Is recently. And what's interesting to me is the way that both these teams have seen their form just dip a little bit. The Asia Cup, disappointing for Pakistan in the end, right at the end after good form. For England, having been so good under their previous captain, Owen Morgan, under Jos Buttler and Moeen Ali, have just lost the way a little bit. So both teams will want to prove points in this series, and both teams, of course, be looking ahead to that World T20. Now they're gathering for silence as a marker of respect for two big events. One in the UK, the loss of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, mourned by the nation. And secondly, here in Pakistan, with the flood and the crises, the weather, again, we are marking both events with a minute's silence. Well, the formalities beautifully played out, full of respect for both national anthems. And as you'd imagine, there is a crowd building, one hopes, to capacity here at the Karachi National Stadium, with huge enthusiasm for the renewal of contest between Pakistan and England in this country. That gap of 17 years, far too long. And just to mention it one more time before we let the players do the talking on the field, the fact that England failed to show up here last year has not gone down well in this country. The fact they're here now means that amends can be made, the cricket can begin, and the contest will be a fascinating one. So we're looking forward to good cricket from both teams with points to prove. I have alongside me Wasim Akram, Azid Khan. Waz, lots to prove, lots of cricket to play over the next couple of weeks. Should be fun.
Should be great fun. Assalamu alaikum and good evening, everyone. England coming to Pakistan, touring Pakistan after 17 years. It's a huge deal for us, all of us, not just in Karachi, all over Pakistan. And look at David, the pack house already. The streets are, chock-a-block, and of course people are glued to their TV today to watch the first big game between Pakistan and England, that too in Karachi.
Baz, what are the key points for you here?
First of all, good evening, David and Wasim bhai. Assalamu alaikum and good evening, everybody. But the key points here is that we've got 7 T20Is to look forward to. It's a big series, David, so you're in for the long haul. Rizwan and Babar opening, straight away the key point. Pakistan up top. How hard will they go in the power play? Setting a target has become a problem, not only for Pakistan, but most teams in T20I. So how hard will they go? What will you be at the end of 6 overs and what will you be at the end of 10 overs?
That has been a debate from last couple of weeks, in fact, what happened in the Asia Cup final. But I think you learn from your mistakes and move on. And obviously it's very important that power play matters in this format, in T20 format. 6 overs, 38, 40 is not going to cut it on this pitch. It should be at least 50 or over, ideally, on this kind of pitches. Look, the typical Karachi pitch, dry, rock hard, so as good as road, I suppose. The ball is going to come nicely early on, especially with the new ball. And David Wynn will take the new ball. 43 wickets already, 1 4-wicket haul, 4 for 7, a very talented all-rounder.
Well, he's been around for quite some years now for this England one-day setup. He's played in PSL. We know that what he will try and do with the new ball, first couple of overs he has it in his hand, is try and get that ball to swing. The field has just the one slip in place, men short at third and at long legs, so not on the boundaries down there, so it's going to be full. It's going to be full and encouraging that swing.
And of course, third man fine leg up in the circle, that shows that pitch is not very quick. And point fielder is back on the boundary. And of course, from leg side, square leg is just behind leg umpire, just behind square.
Well, we want to get this game underway. The tension is almost unbearable. And we just have one of those cricket-style delays. A smile on the face of David Willey. Someone either moving or a sight screen slightly out of place. This is a big ball, as they say. The countdown begins in the crowd. As if you needed to build the tension up any further. Here's the first ball of the game. And the first runs of the game as well, just played nicely out to deep square. 1 ball, 1 run, things are underway.
After the first delivery and where is one played the shot, this pitch looks like a belter. Batter's paradise, I suppose, is the word to start off with. New ball will come nicely. I mean, it has been a high-scoring ground in this format, Karachi.
Tucked away through the onside. 2 balls into this innings and we have the first boundary.
Exactly what Babar needed. First delivery, just Moves across slightly and it turns out that it come into his pads. Little flick of the wrist, beautiful pitch to bat on. All you need to do is time it away. And timing well, we all know how well Barber times the ball.
Change of field, the square leg fielder just came in front of the leg umpire because of the slowness of the pitch.
Good running. Just for a moment I thought we might have 3 balls with 1 run, a boundary and a dot ball, but no, the running is good enough there to sneak another single in. The understanding good between Barber and Rizwan.
This running actually feeds Barber. That's what he wants early on in his innings, boundary and then a run. And that's how I suppose he'll get back to his nick. He's a brilliant player, as we all know.
Yeah, Rizwan, one of the quickest between the wickets. He is an electric cricketer. A lot of volts, let's put it that way, a lot of volts in his system. They're doing the right thing here, Pakistan, looking for the ones. They had that easy boundary, but looking for the ones, looking for the gaps. No dot balls yet.
Yeah, if Willie thought there was going to be swing, I think he thought about a different venue altogether.
He was very wrong, Bazid.
Absolutely. And straight away after that boundary that he got hit on the leg side, he's sort of gone shorter in length. It's a beautiful wicket. The ball sort of skids on to the bat. It's probably the best surface in Pakistan at present for batting.
It looks absolutely immaculate. But this is where, if you're England, you need to have those men close enough to try and cut off some of these ones as well. Exactly there. How on earth is that one? It's either brilliant, it's brilliant running for sure. Fielding not bad, but the running is so good because it's so instinctive, so quick, no hesitation. The pressure is on the fielder. He only had a couple of steps to come in. Look at this here. A couple of steps, 2 or 3, he's into the ball. And even with the throw, the one-handed pick-up and throw, man is safely home.
It's excellent running between these two. They have been opening together in this format for a long time, over a year now, in fact. So they got their communication going. They know each other well. 8 for none, Pakistan.
Well, this is going to put a lot of pressure on Moeen Ali, captain for England at the start of this series. How he tries to stem the flow of early runs like this, because if they're allowing the singles to be picked up almost at will, as well as that one boundary we've seen so far, that really does put the pressure on. David Willey is the man with the new ball in his hand for this first over, and anyone else who follows him. Leg stump. That man has moved, as Azim said just now, a little bit squarer, so just the one this time. 9 without loss. Well, various changes in these teams over the last year or so, some for reasons of form, some for reasons of injury. Lots of excitement in this England team because you get opportunities for the likes of Alex Hales, for Ben Duckett, who's played here in PSL, as has Harry Brook, and done exceptionally well here. Luke Wood, another one with PSL experience. And of all those bowlers there, I'd say Adil Rashid is one of the most important for England. So the early blood, as it were, goes to Pakistan. 9 without loss after 1. Sam Curran had injury problems at the start of the English summer, so a bit of time off from the game. But he's a young man with huge talent, both with bat and ball. The brisker side of medium, you would describe Sam Curran. Now, as you were saying that if David Willey was hoping for swing, he's in the wrong place. What about Sam Curran?
We'll find out after this ball. Yeah, no swing. Right in the middle of the bat. The big news for Pakistanis, they have been waiting for a long time. Let's have a look at this playing 11. Haider Ali back in the squad. back in playing 11, I suppose. And that's a very good sign. Asif Ali is not playing. So Haider Ali is our young gun who's, very attacking kind of batsman. And if you stick with him, obviously, eventually he'll win games for you.
Now, it's the first time that these two have had a moment of indecision. This time the ball going too directly. Fielder just behind square, who's onto it quickly. Tails with good arm. So back he went safely.
Yeah, and they're listening to you. I think he's just crept in a couple of steps. Maybe it's because Sam Curran is bowling, maybe you think that he doesn't have that extra pace. He's just crept in from that 30-yard circle to stop the single.
And they've done their homework. They changed the field for Rizwan. Fine leg is going back, and man at point is back on the circle, inside the circle. So the two fielders behind square towards leg side of Rizwan, and as we know, that's his go-to shot.
I would suggest that having seen a lot of Mohammad Rizwan over the last couple of years, he's got a lot of shots, not just those ones on the leg side. I've seen him before, visualizing before a game, where he plays literally every shot in the book. Stands out there at the crease, plays every shot, just in case. And if you want proof, here you are. Done it again today.
It's good running again. Really good cricket from Babar and Rizwan. And coming back to Rizwan, there was another batsman from our era, one of the greats of the game, Matthew Hayden. He exactly used to do that exactly the same thing, visualization before the game, and he used to smash it around too.
Trying to get the comparison between Mohammad Rizwan, who is slight of stature, an absolute artist, Matthew Hayden, one of the, as it were, without being rude, one of the more brutal cricketers you'll ever see. Very, very good, of course. Well, there's the leg side. Not a great delivery from Sam Curran. It's not Rizwan, it's Baba who has just helped it past the man who's now up in the circle. Take 4.
Seems as if he's loving playing back at home. Boundary in the leg side, this one just held around the corner. Loves playing in Karachi, loves this pitch. So it's ideal for him to get back into form. Well, he's never very far away, but timing seems to be in order.
Changed the field for Babar. They had brought fine leg back in the circle, and then you bowl this sort of delivery with this pace on this pitch, you're bound to get punished.
What about pushing for 2? It's just the 1. And it's 15 without loss. Well, the obvious conclusions from just the first 12 balls of this match. Good pitch, very, very good pitch. Not quick, not slow, somewhere in between, very even, bounces consistent. Pakistan's openers looking for every opportunity, as well they might, but the running has been excellent. A couple of gifts for boundaries, and they are off to what is known in the trade as a pretty good start. One-handed in the end, and it's got just enough to get past the fielder. Good piece of work though. It was a little laboured in the field there, but a good recovery from Hales.
Changed his mind thrice, either to go after it or not. But good shot there, again, no, yes, and good effort in the end, saved a run. It looks a really good pitch here, guys.
Well, I tell you what, every effort in the field is going to be appreciated by the bowlers, because they are in for a torrid time, I think, here tonight. Cut away firmly and very precisely behind square. Absolutely no margin for error here if you're David Willey or anyone else with the ball in hand.
Yeah, short, wide and 4. Babar will not miss out. That's the ability to play it slightly finer, or if he wants to hit it squarer, he'll hit it earlier, but that is a beautiful shot. But not the pitch to afford any width for the bowler.
Out on its way, change of line, the adjustment from David Willey too far. Margins are so slim here, but he was just a little bit leg side. The gap is enormous down there, and that is meat and drink.
After the first 4, he was trying to rectify his line, and obviously at this stage he pitched middle leg, and that's where he's very, very strong with fine leg up with this kind of pace to ask him for trouble.
Yeah, square of the wicket. He's very strong, and that's why he's so dangerous in T20 cricket, because of that very fact. Because as Wasim Bhai will tell us, if it's not swinging, the bowler will naturally go back of the length. And once you go back of a length, that's where Rizwan likes it. He only struggles when it's really full and swinging, and you try and bowl him sort of outside off and swing it away. But once it's not swinging, then your length changes, and then Rizwan is always on that.
I agree that that's what he does, and especially on pitches like this, he's going to be a very dangerous player.
Together for Pakistan, donate today and help 33 million people affected by the floods across Pakistan. All the proceeds and the gate money will go to that.
Sweet shot, really sweet shot. Pure timing. Lovely to watch.
It's a nightmare for fast bowlers, medium paces. It wasn't a bad delivery. Look at the timing from the great man. No need to run for those. Beautifully played between extra cover and mid-off. Sheer timing.
Slightly uppish, not quite out of the middle of the bat. 2 men out in the deep on the leg side there, so just the one this time. 3 overs gone, 32 without loss. Well, if there were concerns for the opening partnership's run rate with Babar and Rizwan, and as Wasim and Basim were saying earlier, a lot of conversation about this over the last few days, probably the last couple of weeks, last 10 days since the Asia Cup. It's going all right.
Yeah, so far, excellent. But again, different pitch. This is a really good pitch, very different than Dubai and Sharjah pitches. But they've done well so far, they recovered well. Perfect start for Pakistan, 32 for none in 3 overs, just under 10 and over. That's an ideal start. And Bazid, average first innings score in T20 format on this ground is 192.
Yeah, high scoring ground. Now Wasim Akram's very happy with the way that England have selected their 11. They've got 3 left armers. Now we're getting Luke Wood, left arm over again.
Well, that's a great piece of fielding.
Yeah, so Wasim Bhai loves the left armer. He says that's the way you should bowl, the right way around. But I'll just give him a stat will calm him down. On this particular surface, the faster men go at 9.35 per over. The spinners 7.2. So not a place where you want to bowl fast in T20 cricket.
I like this particular bowler, Luke Wood, because he's from Lancashire. He's a Lanky boy. He's done well in domestic, and that's where he got picked up.
Well, is that the only reason?
One of the reasons, and he's talented too. He's talented too.
And
he's
again,
quite nippy.
He's been here before too, so he will have had experience of very good batting pitches in Pakistan. There's another worrying stat, by the way, Baz. that I think I spotted earlier. 7 T20 internationals on this ground, all of which have been won by Pakistan. Well, it says in black and white. I mean, but I'd love to be able to change it. I'd love to get the Tipex out, and who knows, by the end of the night there might be a slight change to that trend. But at the moment, Pakistan appear to be enjoying themselves. Early doors, we know, but they're enjoying themselves.
Did you get 100 here when you toured in 1980 something?
That was a long time ago, was it?
19. When was the last time I played here? Christ, when was the last time I played? There's a dusty diary somewhere. 1984. And yes, I didn't get 100 here. No. Faisalabad and Lahore.
Yeah, that's why you're not so happy with the Karachi pitch.
Well, it's top score here. I mean, it was a lovely pitch. Do you remember? I remember the greats. One of the greats, I would say, that I played against in this country, Abdul Qadir, who was the main destroyer. I mean, we're talking Test cricket now, so I mean, we're changing the tack completely. But Abdul, I thought, was a brilliant bowler. We have people like Sarfraz Nawaz, who's a mercurial opening bowler as well. So it was a big test. Oh, that's close. That's close, but not apparently close enough. Slightly fuller, which is not a bad idea. Now, what's Moeen Ali going to do? Is he going to think about this for much longer? He's got another 10 seconds. How desperate is he for... No. Okay.
Maybe pitched outside leg. That's the reason they didn't took the referral. Let's have a look in the replay. Like I said, his quickest out of the lot. Last delivery, 135 kilometers. Yes, must pitched outside leg, and then going down leg. Big appeal. They need a wicket here.
You need the thing coming in. The ball has to be coming in, not going across. That, as you say, pitched outside leg. The angle was more the other way. Would have been, well, certainly directed at the stumps. But good decision not to take the review. Deliberately fuller, almost too full, but gets away with it. Just the one. 4 overs gone, 36 without loss. Well, it's close. Certainly close to that line of leg stump, hence the appeal. But keepers, captains, bowlers will understand that close isn't quite good enough. Certainly the closest England have come in these opening 4 overs to taking a wicket. When the next chance will come, who knows? Maybe a run out. Four overs gone, 36 without loss. Run rate has dropped dramatically to just 9s now. But it's a good start from Pakistan. One thing Moeen Ali can do and is doing is keep changing the attack, because on a pitch like this, batsmen will get so quickly adjusted to each and every bowler. So change the name, change the style ever so slightly. First time we now have right arm over, which is Gleeson, who's played 4 of these matches previously. First of the night, a play and a miss.
A very experienced T20 bowler. He just got picked up by his recent form for England. Another Lancastrian. Good carry, good pace as well.
Late developer too, 34 years old. Gets his first chance in international cricket, or got his first chance last summer. 2 games against India, 2 against South Africa. Two men on that leg side boundary. Just the one this time.
Top start, boy. Is it too fine, yeah?
Pakistan jersey, but it's got a bit of waves for the flood victims. It's an ode to them. Special kit for this game.
A lot of changes in the field. Now mid-wicket is coming up in the circle. Extra cover gone back. Fine leg, third man up in the circle.
It's one of the areas where Babar Azam is so fluent through cover and extra cover. with that beautifully languid style of his, pure timing. We've seen one go through extra cover before with the greatest of ease.
So it's a great start if you see 8.44 run rate, 38 for none. We're into 5th over. But after this is one more over of power play. It's a good batting deck. On this pitch, ideally it should be 55 to 60. Hopefully, we got another 9 deliveries to go. That's another good shot through mid-wicket. This will race away to the boundary. It's a fast outfield here.
I love the telepathy. Wasim Bhai speaks. Once the run rate increased, what happens just outside off stump by a whisker, worked away through that big gap between mid-wicket and mid-on for what looks like the easiest of fours.
Yeah, just Karachi making it difficult for the batsman. The ball coming onto the bat, lightning fast, outfield. All you need to do is pick the gap, but it's difficult for the batsman, isn't it? With the ball coming onto the bat so nicely.
Trying it again. Just the one, drops the bat as he gets through. This is where you can see there'll be both batsmen too. They'll be looking for where those gaps are, obviously, looking for where the boundaries might come. And because the pitch is so good, you can manoeuvre the ball, you can try and manoeuvre the ball. So if that gap is there between mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and it's a big one, well, it's almost magnetic. You've got to just work the wrists to get the ball there. We've seen one go for 4, that last one, just the one. That's another way of finding a dot. 5 overs gone, 43 without loss.
Crowd vociferous here in the National Stadium in Karachi. One of those balmy evenings. And that has been slammed down the ground. Quite a magnificent stroke from Rizwan. England under pressure here.
Yeah, when you talk about this format, it's all about establishing superiority, and that's what these two batsmen has done. They're consistently finding boundaries, gaining in confidence. Worrying time for the English team.
Perhaps most worrying of all is that surface is relatively sluggish, relatively slow. And England's bowling attack thus far have looked similar. A little sluggish and a little slow out of the blocks. Leg side, that ball stayed down, and a refusal. Rizwan sent back. The Osaka charge contest. Go to Osaka Battery's Facebook page, like the page, and answer a simple question from Osaka charged contest and get a chance to win exciting prizes. Plenty of excitement here in Karachi about the arrival finally of an England team after 17 years. Huge anticipation for the people, the fans of Pakistan cricket. And of course, the subtext in Waqar Younis is the preparations for both of these teams with the World Cup in Australia looming.
Good evening, Butch. Good evening, Amir, and all the viewers. Good day, wherever you are. Yeah, a little slow, my liking, in Karachi. The pitch normally comes onto the bat nicely. It is coming. The new ball will come onto the bat nicely, but once the ball gets a little older, it will be a hard work for the batters. So far, these two Pakistani openers, they've done a great job. Lots of cutters, a lot of slow deliveries, back of the hands, all will be required. We need to keep mixing it up. It's been 17 years that England has visited Pakistan. I still remember the tour. Shoaib Akhtar bowled a superb spell, a couple of spells in that series, test series it was. Colours are out there again. Good to see kids out, good to see the house full.
Another quick single. Man is back on the edge of the circle. Marcus Trescothick captained England in the white ball series in December back in 2005. He's now part of England's coaching team, consultant, batting consultant for the Test match side. But plenty has changed since England were here last in the world of cricket and in Pakistan. Talk about the surface, Waqar. Pakistan's struggles with the bat have come perhaps from facing slow bowling. It'll be very interesting to see what happens when England's spinners come on. And that's a 50 partnership. 50 for Pakistan, another 50 partnership for Rizwan and Baba. And we'll have a look upstairs for the run out. Fabulous dive. Commitment for you right there. 650 plus opening partnership for Pakistan versus England in T20 internationals. That's overall. Now these two make 50 opening partnerships for fun.
You know, they've been under a lot of criticism, but this response has been good. Batting with authority. That's what happened in the power play. Both these batsmen were up for the job. Straight away took on the bowlers, kept on finding the boundaries. Babar Azam was magnificent. He was moving swiftly in the crease, was not afraid to hit the ball on the up as well.
Yeah, the end of the power play has come. And England are under the pump. They're on the back foot. Sam Curran will continue. They've not taken pace off yet. Seen some extraordinary spells of fast bowling at this ground, gentlemen. Not perhaps going to see one from this England lineup tonight.
Well, it was quite enjoyable to listen to Waqar's comment when he said, this pitch is very slow for my liking. I thought the pitch was out of equation when you were bowling.
When I say the pitch is, I don't like this pitch or is slow for my liking, it means for them, not for myself.
Moves around the crease again. Oh, he's found the gap. That's a magnificent piece of placement. Sam Curran saw him coming and dragged his length back. But Rizwan is in such good touch, he adjusted and found the fence.
That's what we call manoeuvring of the length. Saw the ball being dragged by the bowler, and he was ready for it. Employed his favourite stroke, whipping the ball on the onside for yet another boundary.
Leg side again. I guess we have to give the groundsman a little bit of slack. It's the first time this pitch has been used since it's been relayed, so it's not surprising that it's a little bit on the slow side. You're not feeling generous enough to give him some slack, Waqar?
It's always been like this. I mean, when I look at this pitch, when I was out there before the game, I didn't see much of a change. Yes, you can leave maybe a little bit of grass on it and roll it in, and just for the pace sake.
What were you thinking? You're playing at Karachi, not Perth. You know, that's how the Karachi pitch responds or behaves. But the outfield is lightning quick.
Yeah, it certainly is. That combination of sluggish surface, the ball we think will grip for the spin bowlers. There's certainly a bit of abrasiveness on the surface. Can you get off to enough of a flyer when the ball is new? Scoring should become more difficult as you go along. Oh, that is glorious. Quite magnificent.
What I really like about Rizwan, especially tonight, is that he's using his feet. He's making the bowler think. Karan went round the wicket. What Rizwan did, he just moved away a little bit, gave his arms or hands to go through the shot. Nothing off the surface, came nice and straight. Saw mid-off in the circle. Easy pickings.
Has more cover on the leg side. It's another slower ball into the middle of the pitch. And gets out of the over, conceding a single, but 12 runs from the over. 7 gone, 63 without loss. Wonderful shots from the drone above the National Stadium. Change out there in the middle. England have gone to Rashid.
Now this is important passage of the flair. As far as English team is concerned, leg spinner introduced. Yeah, he's been dexterous. Rizwan, have a look at this one. Left armour bowling round the stumps. Batsmen tend to use the angle and hit the ball on the onside. And he just moved away from the leg stump and placed the ball in the vacant area. Beautiful. It'll be a wide.
Now this is where England have got to try and wrestle back some control if they can. I mentioned before that Pakistan have had a bit of difficulty against spin in the last year or so, and right down at the bottom of the charts in terms of scoring against the slower bowlers. Only West Indies, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh have worse run rate against spin in T20 internationals. Given the start they've had, and given the issues that the middle order has had, perhaps, for Pakistan, it's important that they keep their foot down against the slower bowlers, right?
Well, the criticism on these two is not the power play. It's after that, from the 6th over to 10th or maybe the 12th over. They got to really press on. They should just run away with the game from here on. No dot ball. That's the key from here on.
For that sweep, wasn't really looking for the boundary, more trying to tap it around the corner for one. I mean, by contrast to that, England's numbers over the same period since the start of 2021, England are the best in the world against the slow bowlers. Run rate of 8.34, so that the approaches will be very different. England will come out swinging against the spinners, while Pakistan, it looks as though they'll look for singles more. And there's another one.
It's a different approach, isn't it? You know, at times it really worked for England when they tried to play expensive cricket. At times it didn't. They got exposed in very important games. You talk about that World Cup semi-finals where they went after the bowling attack in a belligerent way. It didn't work. It's all about coming out with the right strategy against a certain opponent.
Top edge. He's going to get away with it. Work to do there on the fence for Gleeson. Again, looks like the favoured approach is to go for that that sweep shot, maybe look for a 1 or a 2. 8 overs gone, 70 without loss.
Yeah, these guys were under pressure at the start of this series, concentrating hard, figuring out which strokes are supposed to be left in the dressing room and which strokes they're going to come out with. So far, it has worked for them.
Played quite beautifully. Absolutely perfect start. Again, gentlemen, I'm guessing that Pakistan are perhaps somewhere close to full strength. Obviously, Shaheen Shah Afridi not fit, not available to be picked for the series. So for them, it's a case of rehearsing their lines a little bit. For England, they've got so many moving parts at the moment. I don't think that Jos Buttler or Moeen Ali, who's captain today, have any sort of idea as to who is going to be fit come the end of this series, let alone the World Cup. Moeen into the attack for the first time. Very, very proud moment for him to go out there and toss the coin. Home of his father here in Pakistan. He's a terrific deputy for Jos Buttler. Very, very sharp cricket brain. The players are very happy to follow him and for him to lead. And he does it quite magnificently and in a rather relaxed fashion as well.
Now, the reason why he's been made the captain of English side because of his intuitive grasp of the situations, and he reacts accordingly. He's a thinking cricketer, Moeen Ali.
You talk about strike rates against spin as well. I'm not sure if it's 100% correct at this moment in time, but beginning of the year he had the best strike rate against spin of anybody in the world.
Get it!
And it's with ball in hand that he has the job to do right now. England need to find a wicket from somewhere.
I think the wicket, if they can fetch a wicket here, will do them good, because the next two batsmen coming in, they're playing for the first time. Shan Masood and Haider Ali. So they break this partnership, they have chance to pull this back. But at the moment, Pakistan in full control.
Shan Masood's an interesting story, isn't it? It's a player, a Pakistan player, who's got his chance in the T20 side due to performances in England. Derbyshire. Oh, was that a little touch? Heard something in my ear. Certainly made contact with the glove of Salt behind the stumps.
Yeah, Tapalti moment. It's the must when you're in Pakistan. It's a must, even you're in England.
It's very civilized, Amir, but that is uncivilized. Unceremoniously dumped out of the ground. What a strike. First 6 in the 7 matches. We'll see many more, I'm sure.
Yeah, the first one played with authority, hit with authority. Footwork, made it. Just moved outside the leg stump, created that room to swing his arms. Flat batted it and disappeared.
50 for Rizwan, his 17th.
I see a different mindset from Rizwan in this game. 9 gone, 83 without loss.
Get it, Mo.
Certainly has looked to be hyper-aggressive, Rizwan.
Very good,
Sometimes criticism can be unfair, but I think both these players seem to have taken it to heart and have actually turned it into something good.
Yeah, I thought the criticism was unfounded, to be honest. You have opened the innings for England for a long time. You know it very well. When you know your number 3 batsman and middle order is struggling, it doesn't allow you that freedom to go out there and express yourself. You have to hold yourself back. But now, the way he's batting tells me that he believes in Shan Masood, he believes in Haider Ali. That's why he's expressing himself.
I suppose you could say that there's a chicken and the egg situation with that, whereby the middle order could make the excuse that they're struggling because they're not getting very much time to go out there and bat. They've always got a very few amount of deliveries to be able to go out there and make their mark. So I think both arguments are valid. Be careful with those hot and cold drinks if you've got sensitive teeth, Amir. Oh, got him. Oh, that is a ripper. Not picked. And that is the end of Baba. Adil Rashid, you little beauty.
Yeah, it was a very well disguised googly. Ball with a low trajectory. That's why he got caught in the crease. Just hurled the bag, leaving a huge gap between bat and pad, and first blood drawn through Adil Rashid. Babar Azam making a way back after scoring 31. It's 85 for 1 Pakistan.
Haider Ali is the new man at the crease, just 21 years of age. Made his debut in T20s against England, made 50 on that occasion back in 2020. He comes in with plenty of time to make his mark on this occasion, but the crowd are up. Adil Rashid has just bowled a beauty to get rid of Babar Azam. Wasn't delicious piece of leg spin bowling, Waqar.
A little bit of spin there, but look at that delivery. It was quicker, and Babar did not read that at all. He was playing for a leg spinner, and all the experienced Rashid got just brought it on. Beautiful delivery.
I get that.
Yeah, played with authority that stroke, Haider Ali. It's never easy to make a comeback. And when you talk about T20 cricket, it's cutthroat. And making a comeback in T20 for a batsman is not easy. Let's hope, for the sake of Haider Ali, he comes good.
Get it, Keith. Yes, Keith.
Send him back. End of an excellent over for Adil Rashid. England claw their way back into it. 10 overs gone, 87 for 1. Time for everybody to have a drink.
Just go for a piss.
So 10 overs done, 87 for 1 it is. Pakistan off to a good start. Richard Gleeson back into the attack. Worked away, should be just the easiest of singles. So yeah, 87 for 1. KFC, as part of their CSR initiative, have come up with a considerate effort to help those affected by the floods in Pakistan. For every wicket, they will donate the amount of 50,000 Pakistan rupees. And you can fill the buckets as well. Fill your bucket, you'll also be donating, if you're in the ground, to the flood victims. So the worthiest of causes for sure. 33 million people affected. Just one thing, I'm just wondering if we can have a word with KFC, see if we can up that amount per wicket, because let's face it, this is a very good batting pitch. Surely a wicket's worth more than 50,000. What do you reckon?
Yeah, probably 500,000 rupees per wicket. Come on, KFC.
Let's make this an auction. It's a bit a ruse. Come,
it's a
a bit higher here.
Company, but again,
yeah, indeed.
Whatever they're doing, I think it's for the greater cause. As a Pakistanis, we've been through a lot in the last couple of months. 33 million people has been affected by floods.
Man is there, almost perfectly placed, just a couple of steps to his right. As we've already seen many a time over the last few years, and also tonight a few times, it's a very, very strong area for Mohammad Rizwan. Shorter but slower. Again, pretty much straight to the man, so just the singles.
And that's the way to go on this pitch. Variations are going to save you as a fast bowler. We've seen it's such a good pitch, this Karachi pitch. Slow ball bouncer. Variations are very important. And 91 for 1. This is a very good start from Pakistan. 8.53 run rate. And of course, Babar Azam back in the dressing room.
Again, pace off. Again, the 1. It's an interesting time, isn't it, for Haider Ali, who I've watched the last couple of years. If I say struggle, he hasn't made the runs that he should have done, I don't think. But batting at 3 gives you an opportunity.
And I think a perfect time to come in. The platform set, the run rate is well above 8 at the moment, and he's got about half the innings still to go. And on the other hand, he's got Rizwan, who's set, who's playing at a fast strike rate as well, 150 plus. So just gives him a little time to ease in. And then, of course, we know that he can bring the onslaught on. So
last time Haider Ali played for Pakistan was in December against West Indies. So we are in September. So that's about good 9 months. And obviously, he's a very talented individual, that's for sure. He can bat, he can hit big, and he's got bright future ahead of him. We just have to give him consistent chances, especially in this format. 93 for 1 in 11.
Pushing for that second. It's good fielding, good quick fielding, getting the ball quickly. Now this man, Adil Rashid, is so important to England in all forms of white ball cricket. As a wicket taker, as a run stopper. Nice paddle sweep. Good running again, just putting the pressure on.
Yeah, coming back to Rashid, he has been so consistent with his bowling, especially in the middle overs in this format, in the 50 over as well, and he's a wicket taker. He's got the leg break, the flipper, and of course very well disguised googly.
The interesting thing is he developed so much under Owen Morgan, who is the most brilliant one-day captain and can be credited with basically forming this white ball side for England. Inevitably, new captains have to gain that same sort of understanding. We've got Jos Buttler, who is the captain officially, Moeen Ali, who's captaining while Jos is still nursing that injury. Oh, that's beautifully struck. Beautifully struck, just enough to clear the boundary and the board some yards behind it. Not too much wrong with the delivery, and absolutely nothing wrong with the shot.
Another Rizwan special, bringing up Pakistan's 100. He's raced to 63, gets his foot to the pitch of the ball, and he favors that area every time. A clean strike, and you always knew he was sailing over the fence.
Wasn't a bad delivery. He cleared his front leg and then went against the spin towards mid-wicket, middled it. He's a wily fox. That's why he bowled that delivery slower and fuller outside off stump.
Well, he knows his trade as Adil Rashid. He wasn't at his best this summer back in the UK. Had a bit of time off and then came back in at a time when England, as a white ball side, was sort of trying to work out what happens next, trying to replicate what had gone before over the last 5 or 6 years. This is not time for a reset. The red ball team had to reset. White ball just needs to rediscover what they did well. And in terms of rediscovery, well, he is key. He's absolutely key. 104 for 1 after 12. What's also key, I think, is that the batting lineup needs to rediscover the ability to score the runs they had been, because they played this aggressive style of cricket last year, found themselves not putting the runs on the board, found themselves getting bowled out. Now this is a pitch designed to get people back in form, isn't it?
Spot on, as long as this pitch concerned. And I suppose nowadays there's a word called template, that sort of mindset you have as a team, what sort of T20 cricket you're going to play. So yeah, the template is very important. Like Indian team, obviously they didn't do well in Asia Cup. That was a template. Go hard early on. And the captain wants 50 or 30 instead of 60 or 45 deliveries.
And just on that, I think these are teams with two contrasting approaches, or templates as we call them, to the white ball game, in particular T20. England going hard up front and pretty much through their innings, while Pakistan follow this style of play where they want to bat deep and longer and then give their middle order lesser deliveries towards the end to score big runs. So it'll be an interesting contest within these contrasting approaches.
Well, the bowling changes will come often on a night like this, because no one wants to bowl more than 1 or 2 overs at a time, do they? Moeen Ali has done right by switching quickly. Now, that's what they call a Bank Al Falah great sixer, because the Bank Al Falah will donate $1,000 US to the flood relief for every 6 scored in the match. So all money is very, very welcome.
Absolutely, every penny is important. So $2,000 in the kitty so far. We need more 6s, I suppose, in this game.
It's good from Willie.
Delivery.
Just cutting off the single, having to do his own fielding. The men are spread in the deep on the onside, so it was him or no one there, cutting off that one. Now Rizwan in cracking form today. He's used his feet well, as he likes to. And the boundaries have come from ingenuity and footwork as much as anything else. And of course he has great skill all the way through his body. Head, hands, feet, all working beautifully together. It's well bowled from David Willey. Good Yorker.
Yeah, good delivery. Full Yorker. Not very quick, but it was perfect length right under the bat. And from there onwards, if Pakistani goes 10 and over, they go to 179. Is that enough on this pitch? We've seen average score is 192. They have 9 wickets in hand. There's every chance they go over 200. But now is the time to put the, your foot on the pedal.
Well, I'm with you on that. If they only go at 10 and over from here, something's gone wrong. And if you look at the next few to come, right, we've got Haider Ali, who's just finding his way a little bit. Rizwan obviously leading the way at the moment. But the next 2 or 3 are all strikers, aren't they? So that's where your plan, if you're Pakistan, is good platform, set up this very, very good platform. If there is a wicket, then the next 2 or 3 in are all good strikers. Nicely pulled away, but that's where the defence is. 3 men in the deep on the onside. That's one of them at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, coming back to your question, we have Shan, who's in good nick. Then we have Iftikhar. We've seen that he can hit big sixes, and of course Khushdil Nawaz, who had a brilliant Asia Cup, and then of course we have Naseem Shaso as well. Now he can bat.
Yeah, I'd have probably had Shan. Sorry, I'd have probably had Shah Masood at 3. Come back to that in a second. They're really still trying this very full Yorker length and getting away with it. One's all do England at the moment. 107 for 1. But just talking about the strikers, I mean, Iftikhar, who have we got? Iftikhar, Asif Ali, Khushdil. Yeah, watch those guys in PSL. Mohammad Nawaz, a very good cricketer. Yeah, watch those guys in PSL. And on a good day, that ball disappears. In the last 4 or 5 overs, you can see a lot of runs scored. So there's still scope for that batting order to be reworked according to circumstances over the next, 7 overs. Oh, thank you, Pakistan, as well. England a year overdue, I have to say, not for the first time. But thank you, Pakistan, for hosting. Thank you, Pakistan, actually, for coming to the UK a couple of years ago when there was potentially a very, very big gap in the schedule. So long may cordial relations last between these 2 very fine cricketing nations. And
Pack house here in Karachi, and that's great to see. And coming back to your question that you wanted Shan to bat at number 3, Sam Curran to continue. Short delivery, slow delivery, and straight to the fielder. Shan Masood is a natural opener, a regular opener. This year, in 27 innings as an opener, he scored 1,000 plus runs, average of 41, and strike rate of 138. So he has definitely evolved, and batting at number 4 will be a different mindset for him, although he has been batting, I think, in National T20 Cup, number 4.
Well, England will take the singles at this stage. Now this, to explain all, is the Dorlance Power Wash Challenge. Row to the certain speed, the right speed, to see the laundry being washed in real time. I must take my own clothes down there.
I was about to say that you don't have to worry about your laundry anymore. We got everything, on the ground itself. So next time, bring your laundry.
Up in the air, but straight to the man. Comfortably taken, David Willey. Positioned himself perfectly. Needs a drink, it seems, to celebrate, but England desperately needed that wicket. And it's now 109 for 2. Good catch from Willey.
Yeah, Haider Ali with his head down didn't quite get a hold of this at all. Edge of the bat and straight up into the air. Good catch by Willey on the fence. Haider Ali back into the squad, but not being able to make too much damage. Just manages 11 of 13. Pakistan 109 for 2.
halfway through this 14th over, 109 for 2. Shan Masood is the new man out there making his debut in T20Is. But on the run of good form in the UK this past summer, good county form, on the run of good PSL form last time round. And batting here at number 4. Oh, that was well bowled. That's not one to miss. Just a bit of an inside edge doing the trick there for Shan Masood.
Shan Masood held the average just under 28, 20 50s and 100 as well, a best of 103. And required now run rate is under 8, 7.98. In last 30 balls, they scored 34 runs and we lost 2 wickets, Pakistan did. So this is a problem, middle order. That's what mid overs we talk about.
Oh, that was close as well. The inside edge or the bottom edge could so easily have dragged that back onto the stumps. But he's not hanging around. It's not as though he's going to have a look for too long and see what's going on out here. He's got a plan in his mind, and that's to try and make some space and get the ball away. But for Hyder Ali, just not enough on the ball. Just basically helped it straight to David Willey.
David, a quick question as a batsman, as an ex-batter, although we haven't played this format, but how difficult it is for an opener, if you're a natural opener, in this format, come and set yourself at number 4. It's a different mindset, different technique.
It is. I mean, when you walk out with a new ball, you always think there are gaps, there are spaces. That's his first run in this format, T20Is. You always think there are gaps and spaces and boundaries available. 110 for 2 now after 14. So when you come in at number 4, and his figures are rather different, opening to his few attempts, 12 innings at number 4, 272 runs. But when you come in at 4, okay, we've seen already the first 2 or 3 balls he's faced, he's trying to manoeuvre the ball. He's not going to hang around. But you haven't got the same gaps. You've got the men on the boundaries. You've got to, it's just harder to get going. And of course, you're also aware you've got far less time as an opener. You've got that luxury of time. Not that in this format of the game anyone has to hang around.
New ball, 2 fielders outside the circle, you're allowed. And new ball, 2 fielders outside the circle. So like you said, there are a lot more gaps. The new ball comes nicely on pitches like this. So yeah, number 4 is a difficult position to set yourself straight away, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the point we were talking about just now before as well, the big strikers that are available, okay, you have to hold them back now. 6 overs left. Moeen brings himself back in. That's a nicely struck shot and just has enough on it. The desperate dive. Harry Brook not enough to get a good hand on it. So again, just that little bit of space as he gets just outside leg stump. Has to really work the hands inside the line of the ball to get it wide of the fielder. Brook gets a hand on it, but not enough. Not middles. Straight down to long on, but the evidence is there. Shan Masood, wherever he's batting, he's going to get on with it now.
Well, you have to give it to him. Obviously an opener by nature and has batted open even in the Vitality Blast, but he's kept himself flexible. In the recently concluded National T20, batted at 4. Which is a good sign to see as they pick up a couple of runs here, which is a good sign to see because he's kept himself flexible, looking at the openings within the Pakistan format or the batting composition. But it'll be interesting to see. It's obviously, like we just discussed, a lot easier with the 2 men outside, the first 6 of the power play. And you can have a look, 136 his strike rate this year, predominantly opening.
One more.
Oh, that's well bowled. That is nicely bowled. Much quicker, flatter. Saw him coming, saw the intent. Will Salt just does what he has to do there behind the stumps. But for Moeen Ali, he will realise that was a very, very important wicket to take. Rizwan in such fluent form. Just beaten in the flight. That's flatter, quicker, and right through him.
Yeah, beautifully bowled. Cleverly bowled by Moeen Ali. And look at this, he was a well-set batsman, he was looking good, 68 of 46, but good stumping by Phil Salt behind the stumps. So Rizwan departs for 68 of 46, 117 for 3 Pakistan.
Iftikhar, the new man. That's very wide of off stump. Now, this could be one of the more ridiculous dismissals if it turns out that Iftikhar has left his feet outside of the crease, because that was so wide. It was called wide. Now, has he lost concentration here? Has he drifted off? Because Phil Salt thinks that's out. Hang on, there's a shrug of the shoulders. What's going on? Now, hang on. This is interesting. This is where one needs to know all the laws intimately. Phil Salt looks bemused because you can be stumped off a wide. That's the first thing. But they're now calling it dead ball. It might not have gone anywhere anyway. That foot just lifted a bit, but I suspect there was a foot anyway, still on the crease. I think the umpire's reasoning is right, called wide, nothing's happened. So while nothing happens, and we'll just check what goes on here, because the foot is down there and it's still grand. So actually, if the foot was lifted, it would be interesting. It would be very, very debatable as to when you go from wide to dead ball.
Iftikhar just looked at umpire and said, and probably said to himself, what's going on here? Last ball, played it against the spin, straight to the fielder, 15 gone, and 120 for 3.
Phil Salt still not happy. Slightly spicy behaviour from the Lancashire keeper. Top edge. That's going to be the end. Shan Masood back into the lineup. Played one pleasing stroke over extra cover for 4. But spin has been his undoing, as it has been for the previous 2 wickets. And England are right back in this now.
As it is in Karachi, it's the spinners that do the damage. Boundary option trying to be exposed over the offside, but the execution not quite there. Shan Masood goes for 7 of 7. It's 120 for 4.
is the new man at the crease. He's at the non-striker's end. Pakistan have lost 4 wickets for 69 since the power play. Spinners have done the damage, as we suspected they might. Oh, it's another ripper from Abdul Rashid. Absolutely no idea there as to which way that ball was going to turn from Iftikhar, but he gets away with it.
It's amazing when you see a Pakistani batsman don't pick the googly. He's got the inside edge, a little lucky that it didn't go onto the stumps. But we saw Babar earlier, and now Iftikhar struggling to pick the googly. And this pitch is slow, and I can see a little bit of spin also.
Yeah, the googly you mentioned, Hasaranga, we go back to him. Pakistan cannot pick him at all. He played here in 2019, I reckon, and they didn't pick him then. Played in the Asia Cup final, didn't pick him then.
And there I am going back to my youth, remembering watching Abdul Qadir mesmerise England's batsmen on a tour of England back in the 80s. And the shoes on the other foot.
I can understand you guys struggling against the googlies. We shouldn't. I mean, we play on this sort of pitches, and there are leg spinners all over the place in Pakistan.
Oh, that's a terrific stroke. Brilliant piece of work out there on the fence. I think that's the debutant, Luke Wood. Hearty congratulations to him and his family for finally making his bow as an England player. That's a fine piece of work out on the fence.
Yeah, you'll see that from the English boys. They will throw themselves around. They see the gap. They see themselves coming back in this game.
Came too early there. 16 gone, 125 for 4. Moeen, Adil Rashid, 2 wreckers for Pakistan. They got off to a blistering start. 85-run partnership between Babar and Rizwan. Then they ran into a brick wall as the pace came off and the spin started from Rashid and Moeen.
One should expect when you're playing in Karachi that once the ball gets old, it's going to slow down, it's going to start spinning a bit, and Pakistani batsmen did not really check that. They were still playing short, so they didn't know what to do with it from a very strong position. They're struggling now.
Yeah, I wonder if the ball hasn't turned a massive amount. There'll be smiles on the faces of Moeen Ali and the England team. And 2 healthy looking smiles out there now, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Not a problem with the ice lolly. Mind you, it is 28 degrees out there.
It's cold here. For Karachi, it is cold. Not for you, maybe.
Oh, bang! That's out of here. That is a magnificent strike. Shake of the head from Willie. Someone's got to go and fetch it.
A sigh of relief for the Pakistani batters with pace back on. Pace on the ball, smashed down the ground. It's not going off the surface, just skidding on to the bat.
It was a terrific shot from our ball follow camera, the super slow-mo, just to show you how that was a seam-up delivery, seam-up and length, and it's got to go at this stage of the innings.
I thought the England boys were a little nervous in the start. They didn't really know how to bowl on that surface, and that's why they just bowled all over the place. They bowled down the leg side. They gave room to Rizwan and Babar also, but this was a good hit. This was a very, very good hit. It was nice and full. It was there for Iftikhar. Iftikhar likes playing over the top. He's another one who's been criticized a lot from the final of the Asia Cup. He's got a point to prove here.
Doesn't find the gap. Excellent work from the man at backward point. It's something I was going to throw at you two gentlemen, having watched a lot of Pakistan play T20 cricket in the very recent past. After getting off to such a good start, do you think Pakistan, having put England under a lot of pressure, then took the foot off a little bit and allowed Rashid and Moeen to get into their work, and hence they find themselves in this problem with few overs to go?
Yeah, absolutely. The theory of T20 cricket is just to go hard from ball 1 and keep going till ball 120. You can't drop off. And Pakistan have struggled with that for a few years now. The Tapalti moment. You just mentioned that it's 28 degrees. Well, Butch, you're no one to talk. England got to 41 this time around, so it's all over. Don't worry about that.
I'll tell you something. That was extraordinary. Wakar, you'd have had days like that in Adelaide and places where the northerly winds make it feel like someone's blasting a hairdryer in your face. We had that in Durham, would you believe, back in July. Absolutely extraordinary weather. Now, that the folk up there in the northeast of England, when the football's on in the middle of winter, they're all out there with no shirts on. and then in 41 degrees up there on that particular day, no one brought a hat, so they were carrying them out of the ground. It was an extraordinary day. So on the leg side again. Have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, Willie's been out of rhythm, isn't it? Even with the new ball, he bowled too full, bowled it down the leg side also. I think the more he'll play, he'll definitely get better, because he's a swing bowler. He would like the ball to swing early on, especially with the new ball. And so far this night doesn't really belongs to him.
Yeah, England, of course, without the man they would call their regular death bowler, Chris Jordan, who's at home injured with a damaged finger. 137 for 4, 3 overs to go, and there are a lot of bowling injuries for England at the moment. Chris Wokes is not available to be picked, although on the tour. Mark Wood also, so there's real pace sat on the bench. Somebody like David Willey perhaps wouldn't be bowling at this point in the innings naturally. It's not his domain, perhaps, to bowl at the death in international cricket. Is that Javed Miandad down there? Legend of world cricket, let alone Pakistan cricket. Man who can tell a great tale and always has that cheeky smile on his face.
Yeah, one of the great character also, not only the player, but bowled him.
Oh! Skittles everywhere. That ball perhaps stayed down a little bit, but Luke Wood has his first wicket in international cricket. It has stunned the crowd here in the National Stadium, but that is a moment to cherish and savour for Luke Wood.
Yeah, decent pace. That last delivery was 140 kilometers an hour. And nip back to Nawaz, and Nawaz wanted to go over the top, hit the timber. That's a beautiful feeling. You can't ask for a better feeling when you pick up your first wicket for your country. Nawaz gone for 4. It's 137 for 5.
Kushtil Shah with the wide stance. Wood goes for the Yorker. It's interesting to look at the pace of a bowler, the delivery after he takes a wicket. Slower ball by the looks of it, 130 kilometres per hour from Wood. Kushtil can hit the ball out of the park, can play the big shot. Iftikhar has 12 from 8, striking at 150. Wood again going for batting crease, going for the block hole and finding it. What have you made of Luke Wood, Vakar?
Yeah, he's a talent. I think I saw him last year when he played for Quetta Gladiators, and he bowled some good wheels here, the good pace, and on slow pitches he really, pushed the batsman on the back foot, and he's doing it again. He doesn't look very quick, but I tell you, it comes very quickly at you as a batsman. And good thing is that he's learning now. He's bowling slower ones, he's mixing it up. He understands his bowling pretty well now.
Yeah, you talk about the pace. He's the fastest on show for England right now. And he's probably been the best pacer throughout this innings. Now, Pakistan have a couple who can bowl in excess of 145 and one who can get there as well. So all three have pace. Now, Waqar Younis will tell us on this slow pitch, that'll make a difference, won't it?
It'll make a difference. I think the batters might enjoy it in the beginning when the ball is new. And then perhaps if the ball starts to stay down and skid, it becomes very much in the bowler's favour.
Yeah, we saw it in the early part of this game that the new ball was coming on quite nicely. And if you have more pace, it'll be even better for the batsmen to enjoy that. And I think England batsmen, the top order batsmen, they will enjoy that pace. Unless Naseem Shah just gets it right and knocks them over. That's a different story altogether.
Big swing, but man at long off is in the road. It's an excellent over, one that Luke Wood will remember for a long time. 2 to go, 1-4-1 for 5. Well, plenty of time to get it right for both teams. 7 T20 internationals starting there in Karachi, finishing up in Lahore on the 2nd of October. Oh, high full toss, and that has been dispatched. Huge blow.
Good start of the over for Pakistan. This was a poor delivery. Sam Curran was looking for that Yorker length and got it completely wrong. And Iftikhar just getting under it, using the pace nicely from the middle of the bat, that went long, long way.
Fourth Bogo 6 of the match. Iftikhar just inquiring if he'll get a free hit or not.
Whipped away. Would you, Waqar, bowling on a surface like this at the end, would you go back of a length because of the slowness on the pitch, or would you keep looking for the Yorker?
If I'm a left armer, probably Wasim Akram will tell you better than me. I'll probably go away from the batsman. Don't go near the stumps, especially with the kind of pace Curran's got. If he bowls straight, he's asking for trouble. I hope he doesn't knock him over now.
The slower ball worked anyway. I think with surfaces where the ball is perhaps not coming off consistently. The Yorker, if you miss it, it becomes a half volley or a full toss and it can disappear out of the park. But if you drag the length back a little and it dies on the batter, then it becomes difficult to find the middle of the bat. That slower ball certainly foxed Kush still. Goes for back of a length. There is cover out there.
That's in power play. England seamers were a little short and a little bit all over the place, I would say. And after power play, once the ball gone old, it seemed that it's all over the place, but there was more cutters in it. So you have to really ball into the pitch, just rolling your wrist or running your fingers over on the seam like that.
Yeah, you're right. And again, it's sort of it's not up there, so the batter can't get a good stride in and bang it back down the ground. They've got to try and hit the ball square. Now I wonder when Pakistan come to take the new ball. Pakistani way with the new ball is to try and get it full, isn't it? See if you can make it swing, go for stumps and pads. Is that how you see Naseem Shah and co going about it when England bat?
I don't think Naseem Shah will bowl completely full. He'll just keep it back to the length. He'll try to swing it early on because he's been swinging the new ball.
Again, clothed from back of a length from Curran. That's 150 up for Pakistan. And they have 6 deliveries left to try and take it to 160 and above. Oh, that is out of here. What a strike. It's not been easy to find the boundary as the ball has got older, but that is a beautiful hit from Iftikhar.
Yeah, he sets himself up for that length ball, goes deep back into the crease. It is a cutter, but because he's given himself that extra time to be back in the crease, that swing of the bat takes it all the way. But he's always looking for that. He's looking for length as he sort of makes room and gives himself more room to play with. Goes back again, full toss, smashed leg side. Not enough legs on that, so taken.
Oh, that is an insouciant take from Ben Duckett out there. Iftikhar heading towards the breeze. There's quite a strong wind coming in from the western side of the ground. And when it came off the bat, it looked as though he'd got plenty of it, but it just seemed to stall in the air.
Well, they're checking if he has stepped over or touched the skirting. Is it 6 or catch? Oh, that's clearly taken. That's taken nicely because it just needed maybe a couple of feet more and it would have been a 6, but this is a cruel game. Iftikhar gone now.
No, I think he thought when he made contact that he got it all the way, but there is a strong breeze up there and it stopped the ball in its tracks. Iftikhar goes for 28 from 17. A bit of impetus for Pakistan at the back end from him. 156 for 6. So the batters have crossed. Naseem Shah will not be on strike. That law doesn't come into play until the 1st of October. So the last match in the series will... Last match of the series, Naseem Shah would be facing, given the same set of circumstances. It's a good rule. I mean, you'd have loved that as a bowler, being able to, you knock somebody over and then you get a new batter. A number 9 comes in against Waqar Younis with a reverse swinging ball.
But which normally I used to get that batsman facing me, the new batsman, because most of the time I'll get him bowled or LBW, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, touche. Very, very true. That's leg side as well, and there's a man there and he takes the catch. Sam Curran this time. England not fluffing their lines in the outfield. Big smile on the face of Wood. He now has 3.
He's come back and bowled really well, has Luke Wood. This one again into the pitch, slow one, Naseem Shah. No heroics this time around. It's a straight to deep square leg, another catch taken, and England is closing this innings off quite nicely. Naseem Shah goes without scoring, 157 for 7.
Usman Khadir, son of the great Abdul, will be bowling his leg breaks later. Goes block hole this time, Luke Wood, and bowls it well.
You can't tell that if Luke's playing for the first time for England, because he's full of confidence, he's getting it right, where he's bowling where he wants to bowl.
Yeah, it's that back of a length again, isn't it? Trying to keep the ball off the drive of the bat, make the batters hit the ball square into the big pockets on this ground. Gets that one up there as well, gets a well bowled from Waqar Younis off air. That is high praise indeed, and that's an excellent finish for Luke Wood. Just 71 runs from the last 10 overs of Pakistan's innings, having got off to a flyer in the power play. Luke Wood finishes on his maiden appearance for England with 3 for 24. Excellent work at the death from him. And Pakistan, well, they've posted a total. They've got the runs on the board. It might be a few less than they might have imagined at the halfway point. But we have a contest on our hands here at the National Stadium. 158 for 7 from 20. And a very good evening's work for Luke Wood.
Yeah, the opening partnership, again, it was Babar and Rizwan who got Pakistan off to quite a start. Rizwan top scoring with 68, but then it just fell away. Haider 11, Shan 7, Iftikhar then with a few hits over the fence, got to 28, but Luke Wood came back with 2 overs and got 3 wickets and just conceded 12 runs. Last 10 overs, 71 for 6, and that's where England got back into the game.
'85 of the first wicket, 24 Rizwan and Haider, and that was kind of a struggle for Pakistan. Once the ball got a little old, it was hard to get away. No real big shot we've seen from Pakistani batsmen. 20 overs bowled, 158 for 7.
It was the spinners really who came in and stopped Pakistan from going away with the game. Rashid 2 for 27, Moin 1 for 23. Luke Wood came back and closed the innings off with some brilliant death bowling, 3 for 24. And Pakistan then, although threatened 180 odd, got to 158. Mainly because of the spinners and mainly because they bowled so well, and Zainab as one of the star performers.
Definitely the man of the moment here with me, Adil Rashid, taking 2 wickets. Adil, tell us a little about what it was like out there. Obviously 2 wickets you've got. Tell us a little about the conditions. Were they helpful for the spinners at all?
Yeah, it was slightly helpful. I thought we bowled exceptionally well to keep him to 159. I thought the seamers bowled up top and the spinners in the middle, we kept it tight. So it was nice to, I think, keep him to 159. I thought we'd be quite happy with that.
What was the plan then coming into this game? You obviously saw the conditions. 192 is the average score on this ground. But I mean, what was the bowling plan when you came out?
I think it was not just sticking to our strengths. We know what we're trying to do as a game plan. Sometimes, you know, it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Fortunately for us, not today, it worked. We kept him to 159, which we are very happy with. Hopefully now we can go out there with a bat and chase this down.
I mean, we saw a lot of the bowlers were taking pace off the ball as well. I mean, has that been something that's been discussed before?
I think whatever's in front of you, you generally play. You know, people do their homework and you know what to bowl to certain players. Like I said, some days it works, some days it doesn't. Fortunately for us, to keep him to 159, it worked.
It's your first time in Pakistan as well, which is, you know, great to have you here. Obviously, I mean, what it's been like for you? Have you got any time off at all? What have you been up to otherwise?
No, it's been relaxing in the hotel. We can't really do much. We can't go out and about and experience Karachi, which I think, as a team would have loved to do. But hopefully, inshallah, maybe next time we come around, we can get that done.
Thoughts on the total?
159, I think we'll be very happy, especially bowling first to restrict them. You know, this is a high-scoring ground. To get a 159, we're very happy.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts and all the best for the remaining games.
No, thank you.
Pakistan put into bat. The openers Babar and Rizwan started beautifully. Well, got his timing right. Boundaries on the leg side, and it seemed as if everything was flowing in sync with the pace and the pace off the pitch. Lovely shots, as we expect, from Babar Azam and Rizwan, well into his work through that leg side especially. And it seemed as if Pakistan were on track to score big, and it set it up really nicely. The partnership went really well. In 9 overs, they got more than 80. And then it was spent. It was Adil Rashid first with the googly.
Yeah, that's when it's all started. Rizwan carry on playing his merry way, batted superbly. Heather Ali came in playing for the first time in this series and chipped it straight to Willie. He was a struggle for him. And Shan Masood batting at number 4 started off quite nicely and then decided to play that reverse shot where he missed out, and a beautiful stumping there from Salt. Yeah, that's where it all started. An easy catch there at short third man, and Rashid picking up wickets on a regular basis. He's picked up 2, and the Pacers learned their lesson from the new ball. They understood well that this pitch, you have to bowl those cutters and those slow deliveries into the pitch, and they bowl beautifully. Few big blows from Iftikhar, but Pakistan probably was looking for a few more runs. 159, I feel, maybe a touch short.
Well, look what very good at the end, at the death. A couple of overs, picked up 3 wickets, didn't concede many. And it's a good debut for him. And so after the first innings, Pakistan off their 20 overs got 158, and England will need 159. Don't go away. England chase on the other side.
So this Bank Al-Falah presents Duffy News T20I series between England and Pakistan is underway. Pakistan 158 for 7 in their 20 overs, less than predicted, less than required, maybe, but time will tell. Good start, but England clawed it back. This bowling attack found enough ingenuity. Luke Wood, who has experience in Pakistan from his times here with PSL, 3 for 24, the most successful of the England bowlers. Adil Rashid again important, 2 crucial wickets. And that lower order for Pakistan didn't find a way to increase the scoring rate down the order. In fact, it went the other direction. So the target for England, 159 from their 20 overs. I will say at this stage that Pakistan have played 7 T20Is on this ground, the Karachi National Stadium. So far, 7 wins. Who knows? Tonight might be the time that that changes. Phil Salt, a strike rate of 183, not to be sniffed at. He's been in good form in all cricket the previous English summer. Alex Hales, of course, is making a comeback after some 3 years exiled from the England team. And again, a man who knows Pakistan well, knows these pitches well, also knows all about opening the innings in the short form of the game with a strike rate himself for 136.66 and thousands of runs to his name. One of the most successful ever English batsmen in the short form of the game. It's a strong attack against them. Nazim Shah has pace, has youth on his side as well. So it's going to be a fascinating contest with this new ball. And the early honours go to Phil Salt. A boundary with the first ball. Floated up there in relative terms. Full and wide off stump and just dispatched.
The caliber of this batsman is big. That was comfort food. Just plays the ball into the gap and is off the mark in style. Phil Salt.
Well, it's edged, and it goes very quickly down to third man, where it's well fielded, but at pace, a bit of bounce. That new ball was going through there, so the edge flew. There's no one to slip, of course. Maybe that's an error with this brand new ball when you want to keep things down early on. There's always, for me, a very strong argument for having a man in catching early on. When batsmen are fresh, the ball is fresh, the bowlers are fresh, and where wickets, of course, are almost doubly important.
Now here's the afterthought. Slip being placed. Yeah, he's building a reputation for himself, Nazim Shah. Not only he bowls with searing pace, he does get the ball to wobble around. Now that's a wide delivery. And that was trebling. No chance for the wicketkeeper to stop that one. 10 on the board already.
Well, we thought the Pakistan start was bright. This is, as you so rightly say, offline, off target. No chance. Rizwan with the gloves there. Shake of the head. That's really, I rarely see that with Rizwan. He's normally one of the most positive men you will see when he's captaining in PSL. Seldom a shake of the head. There's the pace from Nazim. Huge moment this for Alex Hales. This is the restart of his international career. A little late on the shot, that's full, slightly wider off stump, but for Hales himself, the biggest of chances to re-establish himself in international cricket.
I thought Nazim Shah was very lucky that he missed that one. He's got a reputation of flaying the ball, Alex Hales.
Now there's the reputation as we knew it and as we now know it. And if Nazim Shah was watching at all the first part of this game tonight, He'd have realised that even with his pace, if you just float it up there or bowl it slightly wide of off stump on a very gentle pitch, and Alex Hales has had a couple of sighters, this is what's going to happen. Well, trying to steer it into a gap, not quite reaching it, not quite finding it. But it's been a very smooth start to the innings for England. Just 5 balls gone, 14 without loss already. Oops. Slower in pace, slightly wider. The dab doesn't make contact, but it's a good opening over for England. 14 without loss. There's mention of Alex Hales returning to the international break. When he's played PSL, specifically at Karachi, his strike rate's been up there again, 169. So he's one of those players, we know it, everyone knows it. Everyone who's seen Alex Hales play knows it. He can be very, very dangerous at the top of the innings, in fact, at any stage during an innings. Well, we had pace for the first over. We've got a very different sort of pace for the second over. Mohammad Nawaz, very clever cricketer, very effective with his slow left armers, and used to doing exactly this in PSL. Will always, it seems, bowl one of the first 2 overs of an innings. He'll Salt on strike.
Yeah, this move has a potential. We saw the English bowler getting the grip from the surface. They were able to turn the ball. And if Pakistan has to make a comeback into this game, they need early wickets. Hence, left armour has been introduced into the attack.
Yeah, Salt is trying to find the gap, trying to manoeuvre himself to give himself space, get the bat through, find the gap on the offside. Good contact, but straight at the fielder. Same again. Perfect antidote this to the expensive first over of the innings.
And Nawaz in particular has been exceptional. Saw that throughout the Asia Cup, and this is a good move from Babar to halt not just the run rate, but in looking for wickets earlier on if they have to slow England down here.
Well, as we've now all agreed, he knows exactly what he's doing at the start of an innings. 4 balls, all in the right, sort of gentle pace, but floated on exactly, pretty much exactly the same spot. Preempting what Salt is trying to do against him. 4 dot balls so far. Slightly flatters, and the first run comes off Mohammad Nawaz's bowling, just the one though.
Yeah, he hasn't tried to turn the ball. He's been relying on the arm delivery, just looking to cut the angle. And he has prevailed so far in this over. Only a single conceded.
Not easy, because he's probably bowling to probably one of the most destructive T20 opening pairs. But he's got a grip of things, and just one of the first 5 now.
Very good over from Nawaz. 15 without loss. Well, as I said, the perfect antidote to that expensive first over. Little factoid for you, Alex Hales, we know is destructive against all bowling on a good day, or a good night, or both. He has been dismissed by left-arm spin in T20 cricket 51 times. For context, you need to know that's out of something like 329 innings, I think.
Well, good to know there is a caveat when it comes to his batting.
Good to have someone who knows what a caveat is as well. Now, one of the strengths of Pakistan cricket is the depth in the fast bowling department. You know, for instance, that Shaheen Shah Afridi is absent at the moment with injury. This man's a very exciting prospect. Shahnawaz Dahani. Now, we did say, quite rightly, Ahmed Sohail did mention that one of the things that Pakistan need at this stage of the game would be an early wicket. All wickets today are subject to a 50,000 rupee donation by KFC to the Flood Relief Fund. And any buckets sold on the ground as well, another 50 rupees as well, so get eating. I say that on sponsorship grounds rather more than health grounds, but there you go. Beautiful shot, over the top of mid-off, a couple of bounces. Dahani will also find out this is a very good pitch for batting and a very tough pitch to bowl on.
It has been the order of the day. Pace has been put away, and to be fair, it was in the slot to be hit. Mid-off up, clearly, comfortably clears that of Phil Salt. I just feel the two batsmen in the middle have the luxury of a little bit of time as well. Pakistan at one point looked to get a huge score.
Oh, fabulous shot. He's got under. Oh, what a catch. Well, I thought he'd got hold of it strongly enough to clear that rope. It's a long boundary out there, but Hyder Ali positioned himself absolutely perfectly. And if you've not seen Shahnawaz Dahani before, you'll know he'll be celebrating. He loves taking wickets. A slightly bemused look on Phil Salt's face. He thought he got hold of it. He had got hold of it, but these are big boundaries. And you have to get hold of it just that bit more here.
And talk about keeping his balance after catching that one. That ball was hit flatter than flat, and it was travelling. Anticipated well, leapt in the air at the right time, and then keeping himself in the playing area. Tremendous effort. Prominence start comes to an end. 10 of 10, it's 19 for 1.
$19 for 1. Now at number 3 for England, David Malan, experienced in the role. That's well bowled. That is well bowled by Dahani. He's asking, he's not getting. I tell you what, it's an absolute treat watching Shahnawaz Dahani at all times, whether he takes a wicket or not. He is one of the more exuberant cricketers you will see anywhere in the world.
It was lovely to see Babar's expression in the background there. Come on, get on with it, because he didn't hear anything. It happens so very often that you actually don't hear anything, but it looked like in the naked eye there was plenty of daylight, or I might say artificial light, between bat and ball there. Excitement nonetheless.
I tell you what, there's a little bit of swing as well. We haven't seen much of that tonight at all. It's a very good opening delivery. Nothing there for him this time, just tucked away as David Milan gets off the mark.
Yeah, not only there was swing in the air, but also deviation of the surface. A daylight between bat and ball. An easy decision. Yeah, you miss those thin edges in the babble of the crowd.
There's no way you can hear a thin nick in this atmosphere at the Karachi National Stadium. Slammed away. Too full, too wide. Alex Hale stands and delivers. 24 for 1.
The timing on that, the sound of the bat, and he likes to keep his front leg out of the way. That's the way Alex Hales plays. Any room outside off stump, and his long levers come into play. Again, pace on in the slot and put away.
Capitano!
Yeah, when it comes to David Milan, you get reliability. Knows how to approach different situations. And he's been quite successful in this format for England.
Hey!
And just getting his feel right now. He was pushed mid-off back for Milan.
He's found a way through. That's clever from Hales. He had to go a long way to the onside to give himself the space to do that. And even though Mohamed Nawaz realised that, knew it, and was trying to cramp him still for space, it's just the cleverness of getting the hands through the ball there.
Yeah, for Alex Hale, he's trying to maneuver with the field straighter on. Hale's smart enough to look through the gaps on the offside.
Well, that's a slight misfield this time. So no real pace on the ball. Still travels across the outfield. Running is good. They've taken 3 for that. Just had a feeling that Hales was sort of looking to go the other side if he possibly could as well, go to the onside. This is the wicket, by the way, just to show you how well struck that was. And Musa Hales said how flash it was in the air. Makes it a really good catch from Hyder Ali, who had to keep his balance, keep himself inside the field. And it's always worth watching Shahnawaz Dahani take a wicket because, by God, he loves celebrating.
A moment of brilliance to be aware of where the boundary is, because so often the force of the ball can take the player over at the boundary. Exceptional from him. It's never easy, obviously, when the pressure's on. Salt, a big wicket, and he struck that firmly. But Hyder Ali got into an extremely good position to pouch that and not fall over.
Now that's what you expect from the young legs, don't you? A clever bowling from Mohamed Nawaz after getting hit for that boundary through extra cover. Change the pace. Slowing it up. A wicket from him would be handy for Pakistan.
If he hadn't been on the back foot, there was one there, but opting not to go for the single. 33 for one. Four overs into the chase. It's 33 for one. Hale's going nicely on 15 from 9. Milan just getting going, maybe 3 from 5. He's done it again, Dahani. He's got it past the outside edge. Yep, that's what it did. Right, let's go downstairs and join Zainab.
Well, I've got a very special guest here next to me. It's the British High Commissioner, Christian Turner, who's got a huge smile on his face. And why not? Definitely. I mean, Christian, fantastic job in making it all happen. To be having England here after 17 years, what does it mean for you and generally for us as a nation?
Well, Zainab, I'm absolutely thrilled to have worked 17 years, 3 hard years of work. I said when I first arrived in the country, I wanted England cricket back, and here we are. It means... You can hear the crowd. I mean, it means such a lot for cricket, for the sport, but I think even more. I like to say, hum ek saath hain. Cricket hamari hoon mein hai, it's in our blood. And you can just see what an enormous series it's going to be for both sides after a difficult time for both countries.
I can see that you're picking up your Urdu really nicely.
Maine Urdu bahut kharab hai.
No, it's really good. But I also see that you've got a jersey there. Who are you supporting?
Well, look, I'm a diplomat, so you can see on this side, that's a nice England shirt. Well, we'll see how this run chase goes. If it goes badly, then I'm covered because I'm supporting Pakistan as well.
I mean, there you go. He is like a true diplomat.
Mujhe afsos hai.
Yeah, afsos hai. But yeah, I mean, what goes behind the scenes, you know, to put something like this together? What's happening
behind
the scenes?
It's an enormous amount of work. All credits to the Pakistan Cricket Board. Ramiz Raj and the team have done a fantastic job. The England Cricket Board. We had a blip last year. Everyone had to work together. That's where my team come in. The logistics, the arrangement, the security. And it's fantastic because it shows everyone the best modern face of Pakistan. My job is not to be a cheerleader for Pakistan. It's to advance British interests. But I think I also got to say there's wonderful things to see in this country. The more players, the more teams, the more visitors, the more journalists that are coming, the more fans that are coming, I think the better for everybody.
Speaking of fans, what a fantastic evening. The turnout has been great. And remember, it's all going for flood relief, so the cause is important too.
It's fantastic. This is just the first of the matches, I think, by the Sunday. It's a sellout every single night. And that flood relief cause is absolutely fantastic. All of tonight's proceeds going towards flood relief. The England boys, they've all donated to the flood appeal. The England Cricket Board are matching that, and I think it really helps bring attention to for the world to what's happened here in Pakistan with the floods. Equally for us in the UK, we had the very sad death of Her Majesty the Queen. It's a really fitting lift for our country to see England here and playing.
And we've generally seen sport, it kind of brings countries together, especially in the form of cricket within our nations. I mean, what does it mean, you think, for Pakistan and England relations going forward?
Yeah, look, it's a deep connection, and as you said, it is about the cricket. What matters most is what happens on the field, particularly when England win. But it's also about those deeper ties. And what I'm pleased about is to see the fans travelling, to see a home game for Pakistan. Everyone out, enjoying themselves. Every 6 scored. It's chakalagaka. It really is. It's a wonderful moment for everyone to relax and enjoy the best that Pakistan can offer, the best the sport can offer.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, and all the best for, you know, we hope that we can see England once again. They're coming for Test series as well, so plenty to look forward to. Thank you so much.
Indeed. Bahut shukriya.
Bahut shukriya.
Thank you.
He speaks well, does Christian Turner, and he's very fond of this country. He's been here for the last 3 years as British High Commissioner. And no one was more delighted than him when the agreement came that England play these 7 T20Is right now.
Oh, nicely worked away with the softer hands. guided the ball towards third man for 4 runs. That brings an end to the over. 43 for 1. Before you leave, can I ask you something? How's your Urdu coming along?
Ek do 3-4 punch, then I start to struggle.
Well, not much in it in terms of runs from the first 5 overs of each innings. England having lost just the 1 wicket, that of Phil Salt. Game nicely poised. You feel that when the ball gets a little older and the pitch a little slower, things will become more difficult in terms of this run chase. But England will be reasonably happy with their work with 1 over to go in the power play. Bowles gives himself some room, doesn't beat the man at backward point. The Pakistan team wearing these special shirts in support of the flood victims here in Pakistan. Over a third of the country has been affected by the floods. Hashtag Together for Pakistan on your social media. Every wicket KFC will donate 50,000 Pakistani rupees. The team, both teams are doing as much as they can to raise money. England have donated an amount from their tour fees as well. And you can buy the Thunder jersey if you order now. Go to shop.pcb.com.pk. It's a good one, it looks good. I was very lucky to have missed having to face both Wasim and Waqar in the same game, but I've now got both of them alongside me. It's good work that's being done in support of the victims of the floods.
Welcome to Pakistan, Butch. Yeah, it's a great initiative by PCB as well, and all the proceedings from today's game will go to the flood victims as well. So yeah, everybody's affected. We are, the whole country is, we are with them. But coming back to this match now, England is cruising. At this stage of the game, 44 for 1. And of course, Pakistan, they need wickets. Required run, it is under 8 now. Unless until they get wickets, they're not going to give any problem to England.
I do feel, Waqar, we were on at the back end of Pakistan's innings, that on this sluggish surface here in Karachi, that things do become more difficult to score if you bowl well enough at the end.
I'm sure Babar Azam and the boys, they must have assessed it. They'll feel that okay, we haven't picked up a wicket, and it goes for us also. We didn't lose early wickets, but once we pick up 1 or 2 wickets, things can really go wrong very quickly. Spinners can become very effective, and then even the faster bowlers, if they bowl those cutters, it is hard to get away. It's hard to get runs off. So that's where Pakistan's sitting back at the moment, hoping that they'll pick up wickets at the right time. At this stage, I think Pakistan are in a better position than England, but they are. But England, because they're chasing such a small target, they'll feel that they're a lot more comfortable and in control.
Back of the link, Hales will pick up a single. Pakistan fans and viewers out there, bit of a good news for you. Pakistan batted first and scored 150 plus 27 times in Asia, so not necessarily in Pakistan, but in Asia, and they've only lost 3 times doing so, which tells you a bit about the strength in Pakistan cricket, isn't it? The totals might not be massive, but the bowlers are very capable of defending middling scores.
Yeah, Pakistani boys, faster bowlers, even the spinners, they know the conditions well. They know how to bowl on these sort of pitches. So that's what I said earlier, that they're just sitting back at the moment.
Short ball pulled away, but the field is set well. And that is an excellent over. The final over of the power play is usually targeted by the batting team, but only 4 runs came from that one. 47 for 1, and the restrictions are lifted. Well, terrific support for both teams here. No ill feeling from the Pakistan fans about the missed tour last October. Here's a look through highlights of the power play. Phil Salt and Alex Hales got off to a flyer. The opening over went for 14, but that catch was absolutely stunning by Hyder Ali. As the shine has come off the ball a bit, it comes off quickly here in Pakistan. The run rate has slowed marginally towards the back end of the power play. Alim Dar signals the end of that, and the changes will be rung out there on the field by Babar Azam.
Usman Khadir, a lot depends on his spell. He's the one who can get wickets in the middle over. He can turn the ball. He's got good googly, but he's got to be consistent with his lengths.
Oh, full toss. That's no length at all, and that has been dealt with by Dawid Malan. It's going to be very interesting to see the contrasting approaches against spin. 50 comes up for England.
Yeah, Usman replacing Shadab Khan, and the problem which he has always had is the consistency of bowling at the right area, and I'm sure England boys, they know that that he struggles with that.
Catch it!
Got him! Use the facilities, pitch the ball, turn the ball, and the catch comes back your way. That is a terrific strike. Great comeback from Khadir.
Yeah, good breakthrough to Pakistan and from Usman. Like I said, he's a wicket taker. Bowled the first ball, full toss, went for 6, and then the second delivery, leg break, turn in, inside edge, not in middle, straight to the bowler, an easy catch, and the excitement is there. They know the importance of this wicket. Dawid Malan departs for 20. England 53 for 2 now.
Ben Duckett is the new man in. Left-hander replaces left-hander, and he gets a bit of a gift first ball. But a great comeback, Wasim. You get hit for 6 your first ball of the spell. The nerves will be jangling a bit.
Yeah, he's done well there. Good catch as well, especially in his follow-through. But coming back to the new batsman, Ben Duckett, I think he has improved leaps and bounds in the last 2-3 years. That's why he's making a comeback. I remember seeing him, I think it was IPL 2 or IPL maybe 3 from Islamabad United. He was young, and now he looks fit as well. He trained a lot in last year or two, and that's helping his batting.
Yeah, every time Usman Qadir balls in the right place, right areas. He has always troubled the batsman. Not only this game, but even previously, I have seen many times. He's got great googly also.
Right on cue, Waqar, right on cue. Now Ben Duckett will look to sweep and reverse sweep the leg spinner. Might want to have another look to see if he can pick him before he decides, but the straight bat shots might go back in the locker after that one. Thought so.
When in doubt, play reverse sweep. I suppose this is the way to go nowadays. In 7 gone, 56 for 2 England.
.56 for 2. Game beautifully poised. Game 1 of 7. Means there is plenty of room for drama over the course of this series. 4 matches in Karachi, 3 in Lahore. Naseem Shah. Pace. Hit the bat hard.
Yeah, just under 142 kilometers an hour, and they're doing well, Pakistan team. England under pressure a bit. Required run rate just over 8. And run rate matter in this format. That's how teams think nowadays. If you are defending, you look at the run rate all the time as a team skipper.
Certainly do. Life's too short for sensitive teeth, Waz.
Thanks, Butch.
Our sponsors. We are very grateful to and for here during the course of this series. You all right? The teeth are okay with that warm drink, are they?
I'm actually fine.
Good. We've got a rouge here as well if anybody has any
exactly
any dental issues. A little bit of a lull. England might have to do a little bit of rebuilding here. Hales is still there, 18 from 14. Short, crashed away. Boy, he hits the ball so hard. So difficult to generate that sort of power from that delivery. It was short, it was a slower ball, it was wide, and he still managed to absolutely crunch it.
He mashed it. And he's such a dangerous player, Alex Sales, and lucky for him, he's got a comeback. He made a comeback into England's side, and I think it was need of the hour. He has been doing well in Australia in Big Bash on regular basis.
Yeah, he doesn't mind playing here either. I mean, his record in Pakistan, 22 innings, 808 runs at an average of 40, but the average is not really the thing, as we all know in T20 cricket. Strike rate 146. Strike rate's 150 in the Big Bash. Since he was dropped from the England team, it's been up at 153.75 runs. Unbelievable consistency for a high-risk format. And I spoke to him before the game, and he said that, you know, he's had to mature a lot. He's had to think very long and hard about the way he goes about his cricket and the way he goes about living his life, and he's been given a second chance, and he intends to take it.
Yeah, everybody deserves a second chance as long as you learn from your mistakes. 23 of 19, Alex Hales. 62 for 2. Naseem is steaming in.
Good work from Naseem Shah. 7 runs from the over. England ticking along just underneath the rate. 63 for 2 from 8. God. Bit of shadow play from everybody out there. Duckett moved so early that Carter spotted him and thought, well, I'm not letting this go. Keeper went for the shadow stumping. And now we have real cricket again, and that's been hit square. There is a man back in a rather unusual position. I suppose he's backward point on the boundary because Duckett plays that reverse sweep so well. Gents, I mean, you bowled at some of the more destructive players in the world game. What would you do against somebody like Alex Hales? How do you look to try and... I'm guessing you can't contain somebody like that. You have to get him out, right?
Yeah, pitches like this, I suppose, in this format, the variations, you got to use slow ball a lot, and especially the short slow ball against him. Not outside off stump, towards him, towards his body.
Again, Hales making his intentions known, moving across the stumps, and Carter just refusing to let it go. And I think that's Alex Hales is not happy about that.
Maybe stage he had to let it go.
He's going to have to let it go. That's the thing with bowling. You've got to let it go at some point. Goes in that direction. There is a man there. I think it's Shan Masood, and it lands short of him.
And that's his favourite area against the spin, although he plays equally good towards extra cover, but that's his go-to shot.
About even on pitches like this, what about the bumper, you two, the Hales? Wacker just shook his head at me off there. No, not the bumper.
Don't go there. No, I don't think so. Alex Hales, I've seen him play several times. I coached him also in Bangladesh one of the seasons. He's such a destructive batsman. Early on, you got to get him. You got to get him with the new ball if you can. Catch it! Oh, that was hit hard. It was hit really hard. Yeah, he hits the ball really hard. Does not matter if it's a spinner or a pacer. That's why I feel that not only he missed out for the last 3 years, but I think England also missed out his talent the last 3 years. He's been outstanding. It's unfortunate that what happened, that incident, and then he had to sort of England refuse to play him for a while.
Orthodox sweep this time. That's going to spin and just gets away with it. Fast bowler almost coming a cropper out there with the spin on the second bounce.
Next time.
Why do us fast bowlers have to be there? Because this is a tough place. Watch, this ball goes really quickly in and then you overrun things. And it happens to all of us. It happens to me many a times. Edge just went over the keeper. Might just roll away for 4.
But I think that says something about you fast bowlers more than it does the captains for putting you there. End of the over. 73 for 2.
Yeah, again his favourite shot. Reverse sweep, top edge, much needed boundary for England. Good over so far from Usman, but unfortunately he got the edge and the boundary. And Duckett.
Now, I've got you two here together. I know there's a lot of folks back in the UK who have a lot of fond memories of watching you both play for Lancashire, Surrey, Glamorgan, Warwickshire as well. Tell us the truth then, when you're playing for Pakistan, who had the choice? When it was ends to be picked, which one of you got dibs?
You guess. Come on, Butch. Have a wild guess.
The one who doesn't overrun it fielding on the sweep. That one.
I was about to tell Vicky that, you know, there's only one short fine leg. You can't have four fast bowlers standing there in one game. So that's Naseem Shah's apparently. That's his spot.
If I needed to bowl a certain end in our heydays, I had to literally back this man sitting on my right. Because he's a senior, you know, captain most of the time, and it's up to him if he's feeling good, if he's not in his bad mood or something, he'll say, okay, you come with the wind, I'll go against the wind. Most of the times were me running into the wind.
If you guys remember Wellington, Basin Reserve, that's so breezy that I had to bowl into the wind there because good delivery, slow ball, because the reason given to me from Waqar was you have a short run-up. And
I think it was a valid reason, wasn't it?
It was actually, but yeah, the short run-up, you really need to bend your back a lot more than a rhythmic run-up, I suppose.
But he still managed, yeah, to pile tea time, moment.
I think you two should sit down and have a little cuppa, to be honest. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I remember Wellington.
Get over your differences with a cup of Tepal tea. Short ball, not timed by Hales. I mean, it's interesting to me because obviously Alex Hales has had his issues, and it was not just the incident with Ben Stokes back in Bristol. There was also the drugs test on the eve of the World Cup, and because of that, you know, Owen Morgan in particular was like, hey, you know, we can't trust this guy anymore. But what everybody is saying in the England camp at the moment is it doesn't matter what he's done in the past. We all want to win World Cups. You don't have to be best friends in order to play in the same team. Now, you guys get on perfectly well. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that because it ruins your shtick, you know. But you guys had your differences. You had your differences over the years, right? But you still turned up and busted a gut for Pakistan regardless, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, when you play for a team, you spend so much time together, you're bound to have some difference in some off days, some, you know, unhappy days when your mood is not there. But then you move on and you're playing for your country. Once you're on the field, you forget everything and concentrate there.
See that? He mentioned mood. So when he was in a good mood, I used to get the ball, new ball with the wind. But he mentioned Wellington. Wellington it's really tough there to bowl, and normally is a very flat pitch. And him coming through with against the wind, and he still manages to bowl 7 overs. But if I come and bowl against the wind, maybe 3 overs, max 4.
Yeah, well, you ran in too far. You used to kill our over rate back at Surrey back in the day.
Those days, there used to be 108 overs a day.
Oh, I remember.
Not 90, 108 a day.
Don't you worry about that.
I think it was 115 at one stage. And I played a 60 over one day also.
It might as well have been 115 with your run-up. Right. Excellent piece of work down there on the boundary. It's a 20-over game here. We've had 10 of them. England are in the hunt for this run chase. It's 80 for 2 and time for a drink. So 80 for 2, 10 overs in, halfway through the innings. Run rate so far 8, required 7.9. So everything is on track as we stand for England and this chase. For now, Usman Khadia still operating. Little short, little wide, but his pitch is getting even slower. And Alex Hale's not quite timing it.
It's just the ball is not coming onto the pad now. And that's why we have seen Ben Duckett employing those reverse sweeps.
Yeah, talking of which, there's like a very deep wide third man. The reverse sweep, this is the orthodox Hoyt. Technical term.
In the Pakistani innings, the spinners actually came in and held that innings or made sure that England came back into that innings. It's Usman bowling from this end. Nawaz got 2 overs up his sleeve as well.
That's straight at the man. Oh, he's dropped it. Shan Masood. Couple of steps to get himself in position. It was hit hard and flat, but eminently takeable.
Yeah, he's a better fielder than this. Didn't have to move a lot. Should have been taken. Could have been a huge wicket. In the parlance of the game, wasn't to be.
They seem to do pretty much everything right apart from catch it. There goes the reverse, and it's gone very well. 1-2 bounces before it crosses the boundary. Cleverly placed, well away from the man who is behind square on the offside.
It is a reverse sweep, but it's gone over extra cover. The man's sort of behind point on the fence, and he's taken this outside leg stump over extra cover.
Finger went up straight away. That's the reply from Usman Khadia. Will it be reviewed? Yes, still thinking about it. Discussing the line, discussing what's going on, discussing where it might have gone. And it is a review.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I checked, it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, roll through to the pads, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wicket sitting. Can you go back on field, please? Aleem, I recommend you to stay with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Make a signal, please.
So no reprieve for Ben Duckett. A bright innings. Kept England on track until that moment. He's got to go for 21 from just 17. It's 87 for 3. Harry Brook is the latest man to the crease. It's 11 overs gone now, 87 for 3. So it remains evenly poised. England, certainly in terms of run rate alone, are on track. These wickets always just have a little influence on a game. Now for Harry Brook, it's been a big year for him. He had a good successful PSL again. So he knows conditions, he knows the country. He's made his test match debut, the last test of the summer against South Africa. Harry Brook, a very, very talented all-round batsman, capable of performing in all formats. Looking to make his mark in this series, but for now it's Alex Hales who has strike.
1-1-1.
Finds the man who's deep out there on the cover boundary.
Now with this wicket, Usman Khader had the crowd in rapture. He's bowled some good deliveries, some ordinary deliveries. It's been a mixed bag, but important thing, he has picked up 2 wickets for his captain.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say about that last wicket though, what Usman did well was pitch it on and straighten it. After that it was in the lap of the gods as to whether or not the attempted reverse hits made contact or not. And for someone like Ben Duckett, who normally makes contact with those well, the fact that he missed it was entirely responsible for his own failing. Now there is a little bit of grip in this pitch, a little bit of turn as the night progresses.
A good captaincy from Babar Azam. He thinks that if Pakistan could sneak another one here, another wicket here, ideally of Alex Hales, they have a chance in this game. Haven't given up the Pakistani team as yet.
It's got to get, oh! There was a risk there. There was a definite risk there. Harry Brook thought he was going to just scuttle through for the one. Mohammad Nawaz was quick enough to the ball. It hadn't gone that wide of him. He was quick enough to the ball, got the flick in. Brook knows he's got to really race here. Would have been well out. So just look at the pick-up here. He's got to sort of somehow almost guess where the stumps are. Needed to somehow position himself better as he picked it up.
Yeah, he was facing complete opposite direction of where he wanted to throw, so pretty supple to even get a throw in.
Well, Mohammad Nawaz, as he was right at the start of this innings, very canny in the way he delivers that ball, those lines and lengths. 92 for 3. Not quite an absolutely full house, but not far off here. Huge enthusiasm, of course, all across this country for these matches, these 7 T20Is between Pakistan and England. Everyone who's come tonight will have contributed to that flood relief fund, so thank you very much indeed to them for that. And of course, every cent, every rupee is very, very welcome for that cause. And they're still wondering who's going to win. Short and wide again, but tough thing with those is where can you hit it? Pretty much only to the man. So actually it might seem like a bad ball, but it's so often just the one. That's all it costs.
Yeah, well bowled. समझ नहीं आ रही इसको.
Huge interest in this series in the country, in both countries. It's also been broadcasted around the world at PCB Sports, AOY Zap, Tapma, Jazz Tamasha. They're all streaming it in this country. Willow, Sky Sports. Hi Sky, how you doing? Sony in South Asia outside of Pakistan, Fox Sports in Australia, and on radio as well, Flow, Super Sport in South Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, that is. As the boundaries still come. So interest all around the world in this contest between Pakistan and England. And this one just too full, too high. Just comes out the back of the hand, but full toss is a full toss, whatever you're trying to do with it.
Consistency has been Usman Saka's problem so far in his short international career, but when he gets it right, he blows up beauties. And especially in T20 cricket, maybe because Shadab is so accurate and so good in applying the pressure that he gets the nod. 100 comes up for England, but if you look at the comparisons, Pakistan 106, so they're still in front. It just shows how well England did bowl and how Pakistan fell away at the back end.
Slight misfield. Still pressure with the throw. The misfield just gave him the chance to come back for that second. 102 for 3 now. Alex Hales is leading the way on his international comeback, 36 from 30. Harry Brook, very much part of the future of English cricket. Just 8 so far. So 7 overs left in the chase. Run rate required is just over 8, so still very, very manageable in the context of this form of the game. Was to Brook.
Now, talking about Alex Hales and talking about his comeback has been impressive. Belligerence is associated with Alex Hales, but in this innings, he's showing the ability to adapt, which is good. Against spinners, he's not taking too many chances, working the ball into the gaps, taking the scoreboard. That augurs well for England.
Yeah, and take advantage of the odd misfield, the drop catch. If the luck is going your way, then rule 1 is make the most of it. So much to prove for Alex Hales here. That's turned, that's gripped. Right, just going to break away for a moment. This is the Dorlance Power Wash Challenge, our favourite of the night. We're going to row at a certain speed to see the laundry being washed as it should be. There's no one rowing. There's no one pedalling. Where's he gone? There should be someone there rowing.
It's a different era, isn't it? Everything is controlled with an app.
It's automatic.
No, maybe he was so quick that he pumped so much power that it's still going. And somebody with strong legs.
We've been hacked.
Absolutely. Well, they got the message that Lord Gower didn't like manual labor, so they made sure it's gone automatic just for you.
I hope you've got a good lawyer. Well, anyway, if you want your washing done, that's how it can be done.
They're coming back to the game. I think in this situation, Iftikhar Ahmed can be handy as an off-spinner. Offering a bit of grip. The surface. And Pakistan searching for a wicket here. 14 overs done, 107 for 3.
Well, the one thing in Pakistan's favour at this stage, I would suggest, is that they're managing to squeeze the scoring rate just enough to get that required rate going up. So it's gone from pretty much 8 and over to 8.67. Not a lot, but it's a trend that, well, Alex Hales, for one, will be aware of. But these guys, all these guys know that, you know, a couple of boundaries just at the right moment. Things can change ever so quickly in the latter stages of innings. The only thing to beware of for England is that the pitch got slower and gripped more in that first innings of the night. The ball is now, well, it's only 14 overs old, but there's just that little bit of grip. But the margins are slim. So we've got another change. Dahani is back in. Oh, that's clever. That is very clever. First ball of the over. Harry Brook using all his ingenuity, all his skills and daring here, just to get just underneath it and flick it down to long leg for 4.
That's contemporary cricket for you. The batting has evolved, employing that ramp stroke with a good result.
Well, it's the best thing, isn't it? Put the pressure on the bowler straight away from ball 1 of the over. Dahani is one who tends to just stick to similar lines, lengths and paces. So that's going to have to make him think about this, how he changes his pace maybe. Well, no change in pace, and it's a great piece of fielding. It was the attempted Yorker. And it was pretty well struck, I'll give you that.
Yeah, Iftikhar in the covers. Got his left mid to it and made sure that it didn't cross him, because there's nobody really boundary riding. If that had beaten Iftikhar, there was plenty to be had.
There is the change of pace from Shahnawaz Dahani. And there's the exuberance from Shahnawaz Dahani. That excitable temperament. Just hang on to it. Just hang on to it.
Yeah, single conceded again, and Pakistan have been slightly sloppy in the outfield. Exuberance, David Garber calls it, but it's gifted away, a single.
Well, that edge will fly very quickly. Races away for 4. Again, 2 full. Dahani is trying to get the Yorker in, but failing. And that flick of the bat, that flick of the wrist from Harry Brook, just, well, it might be an outside edge, but it's very effective.
Yeah, it might be an outside edge that goes to third for the boundary, but it's been created because of that ram shot. Before that, that third man on the fence and fine leg in the circle. Now the fine leg has to be on the fence, so another man comes in, and so he's earned that boundary in essence.
These are the hazards of conceding a boundary of the first delivery of the over. And from there on, he has been vacillating where to ball. Has conceded quite a few runs in this over.
Now, Bank Afla, one of the sponsors of this series, donating masses of money, all being well, to the Flood Relief Fund. Every 6 is worth $1,000 US. There might be a couple coming in these closing overs.
Pace off again. And 4. So that is the sort of over that changes the course of a game. And England have changed the statistics, changed the required rate in their favour. And it's now 122 for 3.
So England edging ahead tends to be a speciality of theirs in T20 cricket, to perhaps not go quite as hard in the power play as some, but just to keep accelerating throughout the course of the innings. It's certainly been the case here, and the equation is looking very favourable to the visitors. Beautiful stroke from Harry Brook. Perfectly controlled, not a hint of risk whatsoever, and this game is running away from Pakistan, gentlemen.
Almost. England is in control, no pressure, required run rate under 7, with 7 wickets in hand. Partnership is building up between these two. 39 of 26. They need wickets here if they want to do anything in this game, Pakistan. Otherwise, England is actually running away here.
Excellent work from Brook, up on his toes, just playing it with a dead bat, picking up a single. Pakistan never lost Karachi before Vakar. 7 from 7 up until today. Going to take something special to keep that record up to date.
Yeah, the only way is if they pick out wickets, and not only one, they need more than one now, because the required run rate is very much in control under 7. Yes, you can bowl maybe dot deliveries with those cutters, and especially when you're defending such total, you need to come out with something special. You need early wickets, which Pakistan did pick up 1 wicket, but then they allowed the 2 batsmen to put up a small partnership. In T20 cricket, when you're chasing 155, 160, round about that, all you need is small partnerships, and this partnership is growing very nicely. 40 of 28.
Coming back to the 7-game Pakistan have won here so far they played. They played against 2 teams, West Indies and Bangladesh.
Hammered, absolutely hammered by Alex Hales. Give this man wit at your peril.
I'm all for variation, I understand that, but you are not going to get wickets with the variation, especially at this stage of the game when they need almost run a ball. And this guy is one of the top players in this format. Back of a hand slow ball. He took his time, Alex Hales, waited for it and played it beautifully through extra cover. 28 of 26, almost run a ball.
That's a little bit more of what Wasim and Waka would like to see, because I understand you're in the situation now as a bowling lineup where your batters aren't going to slog it up in the air. They're not going to go inside, sit down and have a cup of Tepal tea. There's a game to be won. So you've got to rip them out, haven't you? You've got to run up and hit them with a Yorker or get them with some magic delivery in order to dismiss them.
100% I'm with you on this particular idea. As a bowler, I understand this is a difficult situation. It's a good look at this shot. What a beautiful shot, inside out. The balance was there, the follow through was there, and one bounce into the fence.
Well, fans of Lahore calendars will have seen this from Harry Brook. He is a wonderfully talented player. 136 for 3, 4 overs to go. You will not see a better stroke than that this evening. Again, it's a slower ball, high elbow, perfect technique, magnificent ball striking. Haris Ralph started well with the new ball. Well, it's almost becoming impossible for Pakistan here, although fans of Pakistan cricket don't believe in the word, but it's becoming difficult, shall we say.
Yeah, Haris Ralph is probably the last hope. I mean, spinners bowled well. I thought they controlled the game well, but it's the wicket columns. If you don't keep taking wickets, you're always in trouble when you have such total. 22 requires 23 deliveries now. It's under 6 now.
Yeah, Brook and Hales have just very quietly brought up a 50-run partnership in just 32 deliveries. Down the leg side, and another simple signal. A little bit of contact between Brook and Ralph. I don't think there was anything in it.
Yeah, previous over we were discussing, me and Waqar and Butch, about, you know, when you want to take wickets as a fast bowler, you run in, you bowl yorkers, you bowl bounces. And Naseem Shah got to learn quickly. He bowled 4 slow balls in the previous over out of 6.
Down the leg side, it's taken the glove, but it's also running away to the boundary. That is 50 for Alex Hales, his 9th in T20 internationals. It's been 3 years since he's worn the 3 Lions of England. He has waited patiently to be brought back into this team. He's been given the opportunity to come in and show why he is one of the most feared opening batsmen in the world game, and he has done just that this evening.
Yeah, this is probably not the most fluent 50 from him, but he understands the pitches here in Pakistan. In the air, can he take it? Yes, taken. Babar took the catch, and that's what Pakistan's been looking for a long, long time. Alex Hales is gone.
Yeah, the agony after the ecstasy. Hales with 50 on his return to the team, perhaps still relishing and thinking about the moment. The adrenaline was pumping through his body, and in the end, with the end in sight, he offers up the easiest of catches to the Pakistan skipper. And I think when he looks back on it, he'll realise it's been a job excellently done. Hales goes for 53 from 40 deliveries. England within sight of going 1-0 up, 142 for 4.
A little bit too pace, lad.
Moeen Ali, England captain, in the stead of Josh Buttler, with a streaky start. That ball must have been relatively close to the stumps. Here's the end of Alex Hales.
Yeah, it was a quick delivery. That's what we're talking about. Pace matters. 144 kilometers an hour. And it hurried on to Alex Hales. He gave himself room. And pace did the trick for Harisov. And good catch in the end by the skipper.
Can Haris pick up one more hair and get into all-rounders and see how it goes after that? Because run rate suggests that Pakistan is out of this game.
Oh, edge. There's two edges, one inside, one outside. The first two deliveries of Moeen Ali. It shouldn't be difficult for new batters to start on this deck at this stage of the game. 1-4-3 for 4. England 16 from 18. It's not over until it's over. Fields in nice and tight. Save the single, try to keep Moeen Ali on strike and force him into making a mistake. The speeds there on the bottom of the screen, so you've got two speeds. 142 as it comes out of the hand, and then the second number is the speed after it's pitched. It gives you some sort of an idea as to how much pace comes off the ball once it hits the deck. Full toss has been pumped through extra cover in that languid, graceful style of Moeen Ali.
We've seen quite a few full tosses today, to be honest. They're looking for that Yorker, looking to get into block hole, and it becomes so easy because watch Moeen. Moeen's sitting really back in his crease. He knows that the only way Pakistan can pick up a wicket if they nail that Yorker. And when you sit back in your crease, you can always dig it out, or you can really score runs off.
And able to knock it through the offside. I think perhaps Pakistan have been guilty of giving a little bit too much width to both right and left handers. If you're assessing the performance of the bowling lineup, would that be fair?
Yeah, that's fair. And for starters, the start they had, they were 90 odd for 2, and then we ended up for 150 odd, 150 plus.
Every 6 hit this evening. Donated $1,000 US to the flood relief fund. Quick delivery, 140 kilometers per hour.
But every time the Pakistani bowlers, when they look to bowl quickly, it has got something out of it. But they were just relying too much on the slow deliveries. Maybe it's a little greasy out there. The ball's not really reversing normally on this sort of surface where there's no grass, which I can't understand why they don't leave a bit of grass on the pitch. That's a good delivery. Going to, just a small question to you, Simbai. We're going to World Cup after this one, and you just saw in UAE, in Dubai in special, the pitches were there. They had left a bit of grass and a lot more bounce in those pitches. And coming here playing on this sort of sluggish, docile pitches, is this the right preparation for the World Cup?
I don't think so. And look at this pitch. This is apparently a relayed square. It didn't make any difference. Why have they relayed it? Leave some grass on. Learn from this guy, Toby, from who has worked in Pakistan a lot. Leave a bit of grass on, then roll it. 149 for 4 in 18. So leave some grass, roll on it, bit of water every day in this hot weather, and then you have a good, even bounce pitch. But if you dry pitch like this, obviously it's going to turn, and ball is not going to come on the bat properly, and that's what we've seen today.
Certainly, just from a neutral's point of view, the fans love to come here and see the ball fly through to the keeper. They love to see it fly out of the park. We certainly love to see more sixes for those $1,000 donations to the flood relief fund. It does make all elements of the game perhaps just slightly less enjoyable because it's more difficult for the players.
Pitches in Dubai I really loved, as it was something for bowlers early on, and then if you are set playing proper cricketing shots, you can get runs as well. It was even bounce too, and eventually by the time it was final or semi-final or knockouts.
Oh, touch. What a touch that is. 150 flashes by for England. And once again, Harry Brook serves notice that he is a real talent.
He really is. I mean, look at this shot. He'll come back to that point a little later. Look at this. Waited for it. He knew third man was up and then opened the face of the bat. No problem whatsoever. The pace did the trick in the end for the batter. And coming back to the pitches in UAE, especially in Dubai, and by the time it was the knockouts or the last 4 stages, it was perfectly good batting decks.
And Pakistani bowlers shown in that tournament that they're good. They pick up early wickets. They put other teams under pressure. This is our home series. Prepare good pitches, which helps the faster bowlers. And you've seen England fast bowlers. They're not that much of a threat. Pakistani bowlers, when you talk about pace and what they've shown just recently, that they can really tackle these batsmen. But if you play on these sort of pitches and you don't score runs also, then it's a trouble all the time.
Well, 6 matches to go to put that right, gentlemen.
I hope Agha Zahid, the head of the ground, is listening to this, because we are going to Australia. We got New Zealand before that, so we need to play on pitches which are good bouncy pitches.
And we got 2 practice games before the World Cup, and that too in Brisbane.
Right,
so that pitch we've seen.
I tell you what, I reckon the groundsman might well have turned it off after when he knew you two were coming on. Oh dear. Well, it's been a tough night for Pakistan after what was an excellent beginning. England winning the toss, deciding to insert Pakistan. Nobody knew exactly what the pitch would play like, although we had a pretty good idea from watching it. In the end, Pakistan were unable to take advantage of that excellent start and rather stumbled to their total of 157. And England, thanks to Harry Brook and the returning Alex Hales, seem to have made light work of it. 5 needed from 8. Moeen Ali just struggling to locate the ball here at the moment, and it's still not over, gents. It's not over yet.
It's got to do with the pitch. Moeen Ali struggling because he's a player who plays mostly on the up, on good, true pitches, and this pitch obviously is 20 over game. It looked like we've been playing on this pitch from last 7 days.
Why you need to play big shots at the moment? You're winning this game. Just tap it for single. But Moeen is just pushing himself to just play those big shots.
Yeah, you make a good point. You make a good point. There is no need to flash the ball away to the boundary when England have things so much under control. And I suppose, from a bowling team's point of view in this situation, if you get into the last over and maybe England still need 4, there's just an outside chance that something daft happens. You try and get it down to 1 or 2 off the last over. Brook will keep the strike. He listened to Wasim Akram. With 1 over to go. England require 3. Beautiful sight of the Karachi International Stadium under lights. 3 to win for England. Excellent.
Whoa, it's
Excellent.
not over yet.
That's
it's
a great
over.
start. And those two dot balls, those 2 big swishes and misses from Moeen Ali. Well, Wasim Akram's hoping they come back to bite him, but that is a great start.
They're the perfect Yorker. He's well set. He's on 38. Brook looks a very, very good player. Mid-off is up in the circle.
What you need right now is another dot delivery and then a wicket on the next ball. Then we're talking.
Oh, that's it. It's all over. The crowd were momentarily excited. The ball was in the air heading towards extra cover, but Harry Brook has found the gap. He's found the fence, and he's found England 1-0 up in this 7-match series.
Yeah, it was always on the card. Things were difficult, and the England batsmen really used the conditions beautifully. The spinners bowled well. Runs were never enough from Pakistan. 159. Always thought they were about 20 runs short. And England played really well. This young England side, they really understood the pitch, understood the condition, and they played accordingly. They bowled accordingly, and then they batted superbly.
And obviously a lot of them played cricket in PSL in Pakistan and IPL, then all the leagues in around subcontinent, so they know the pitches, they know what to do. And comfortable win by England by 6 wickets in this first T20 between Pakistan and England. So they won up.
Yep, cuts a bit of a haunted figure there, Babar Azam, walking off the field on his own. I'm under fire for the loss in the Asia Cup to Sri Lanka, as have the rest of the batting lineup predominantly. But I think that all is lost for Pakistan. It's 1 match out of 7. There's plenty of time for both of these teams to get their houses in order. But for now, it's England that go 1-0 up. Harry Brook has played quite magnificently. That's a career best 42 and 25 from him. Luke Wood had a debut to remember. But one feels that the headline writers back in the UK will be talking about the return of Alex Hales. He has served notice that England have missed him in these 3 years, and that he is keen to make up for lost time.
And he will. The sort of player he is, the sort of consistency he has got in this format. A dangerous player, a match winner, and well done to England winning this game comfortably in the end. Brook looked really good, 42 of 25, and of course Alex Hales was man of the hour for England in the batting, 53 of 40, and they easily chased 160 for 4.
It's all about putting up small partnerships when you're chasing this sort of total. They all played quite nicely. They all look in good touch. And the bowling, they need to work. They need to work really hard. Naseem, expensive, although he bowled 9 dot deliveries, but he's given freebies, easy deliveries. Nawaz was good, no wickets for him. Dhani did pick up a wicket, but expensive again. The faster bowlers was expensive. And Usman Qadir on this sort of pitch, where you expect that the ball, that he should be picking more wickets. Yes, he picked up 2, but he went for 36. I think on this pitch, that's a bit expensive.
Yeah, that's a stark contrast to England spinners, who were very difficult to get away for Pakistan when they batted. Usman Qadir going for 9 runs and over. Here's a look back on the action then. Phil Salt at the top of the order with Alex Hales. A brand new opening partnership for England. And they got things away to an excellent start until Salt was caught out on the boundary. Quite magnificent catch at deep backward square. He must have thought that was 6, but from there on it was the Alex Hales show. Very keen to give himself a bit of room when necessary to hit through the offside, and too often was given width by the bowlers themselves. Al Milan, who has an astonishing record in T20 cricket, coming in at number 3, popped Carter back over his head for 6 the very first ball, but then was foxed by a leg break that bit and turned and was taken in his follow through. But England and not the sort of team that goes into their shell after losing wickets. They keep playing their shots, they keep looking for boundaries. This moment was perhaps the big moment in the run chase. Shan Masood with an absolute dolly, dropping Alex Hales. Had that been taken, who knows, Pakistan might have found themselves in a position to win the game. Ben Duckett was out LBW, second wicket for Carter. Carter, as Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis suggested, struggled a little bit to maintain line and length and bowled too many 4 and 6 balls. From there on in, there was too much to do for this much vaunted Pakistan pace attack. Brook came in and showed just what a fantastic touch player he can be. Hales continued to flay the ball through the offside. That is perhaps the shot of the day from Brook. And that was the moment that took Hales to a 50 on his return. And then the very next ball, he plopped an easy catch into the hands of Baba. But by then, it was too little too late. Moeen managed to stroke the odd delivery to the boundary. Brook showed his touch once more. And it was a wide full toss in the end that brought the boundary for England, that sealed the victory and takes them to 1-0 up in this 7-match series.
Pakistan batted first. They scored 158 for 7, weren't enough. And in reply, England winning comfortably, 160 for 4, 53 from Hales, and what a knock from young Brookie, 42 of 25. England won by 6 wickets.
We'll take a short break, after which we'll hear from the captains and have the presentation for you. Well, the long-awaited return of England to Pakistan shores has finished up with England taking the first match of 7 by 6 wickets. Pakistan made 158 for 7. Rizwan, the top scorer, was 68 from 46. He got Pakistan off to a terrific start with captain Babar Azam, but things rather fell away towards the back end of the innings. Luke Wood took a maiden T20 international wicket, followed that up with 2 more to end up with 3 for 24. Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali with 3 wickets for 50 runs between them were the difference in terms of Pakistan making perhaps 175, 180, and the 158 they had to settle for. In reply, Alex Hales and Phil Stork got off to a flyer. Hales then throttled back a little bit, but still ended up with 53 from 40 to see England to the brink of victory. His return has been a memorable one, and Harry Brook made an unbeaten 42, his highest score in T20 internationals, to see England through to the close. Hales, as always, particularly violent through the offside. Pakistan were guilty of being short and wide far too often to the big England opener. And he took full toll. He did have one chance, one life when he was in the 20s. That may well have been significant in terms of the end of the game. Shan Masood, the guilty man, dropping a rather easy chance out at deep mid-wicket. But in the end, it was too little and too late for Pakistan when Hales finally went for 53. And England running out winners quite comfortably by 6 wickets with 4 deliveries to spare. Right, time to head downstairs to Uruj, who has got the presentation party with her. Well, in the absence of Uruj at the moment, we'll have the schedule for you. So England winning the first one here. 4 matches in Karachi, the last one on the 25th of September. Then we move the whole show up to Lahore for the final 3 matches, the last of which is on the 2nd of October. Okay, I believe that things are ready. The party are standing there with their checks, and most importantly, Uruj has the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of this first of 7 T20 series. Bank Alfala presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus England T20 series 2022. England winning this one comfortably by 6 wickets. And of course, before we move on to a number of awards for tonight, I'd like to introduce the presentation party to my left. Mr. Mohammad Yahya Khan, Group Head Digital Banking, Bank Alfala. Mr. Salman Altaf, Director Marketing, GSK Consumer Healthcare. Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid, Chairman, Kingdom Valley. Mr. Mohammad Ahmed Khan, Director, HR Dolans. Mr. Farhan Hussain, General Manager, KFC Pakistan. And Mr. Syed Amir Ali, President, Bank Islami, on behalf of Go Lootlo. Moving on to the awards, there's quite a few for tonight, so let's start with the first one. Mr. Syed Amir Ali will present the Go Lootlo Best Bowler of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Luke Wood. Excellent bowling tonight by Luke Wood, picking up 3 important wickets. Indeed, a big smile on his face. Next one, Mr. Farhan Hussain will present the KFC Feel Good Performance Cash Award of PKR 100,000 to Adil Rashid. Adil, of course, ever impressive, spinning a storm around Pakistan's top order, picking up good wickets with the ball. Mr. Mohammad Ahmed Khan will present the Dolan's Reliable Player of the Match Cash Award of rupees PKR 100,000 to Alex Hales. What a return to international cricket for Alex Hales. Phenomenal with the bat and, of course, striking them at a very healthy strike rate. Next up, Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid will present the Kingdom Valley Master Blaster of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Harry Brook. He's burst onto the international stage in fine form again. A good partnership with Alex Hales in the middle to lead England to victory. Next up, Mr. Salman Altaf will present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match Cash Award of PKR 200,000 to Mohammad Rizwan. Rizwan once again picking up plenty of runs on the top, lone stander for Pakistan's top order tonight. Right, for every 6, Bank Al-Falah is donating USD 1,000 to flood relief victims, and today's tally is 6 sixes. That makes a total tally of USD $6,000. And Mr. Mohammad Yahya Khan will present the Bank Al-Falah Player of the Match trophy and cash award of PKR 100,000 to Luke Wood. We'll have a quick word with you as well, Luke. Of course, a big smile on his face, and why not? Luke, enjoy that performance tonight?
Yeah, it's very enjoyable. Obviously my debut, so I can't complain with that.
A memorable debut indeed. Pace off seemed to be the order of the day because we saw anything with pace on got spanked. How quickly did you work that out?
I think it's obviously different to England. You probably have to bowl slightly shorter with it skinning on. I think we had a good back period and you kind of work out pretty quickly, so it was a good team performance, so yeah, great start with a win.
They got off to a flyer with the first 10, they had something like 80 for 1. And the next 10 is where you guys pulled it back. How was it in terms of, because at one point it looked like Pakistan was going to end up with a big score?
I think it's just always a case of when you get to a good start, try and restrict them to sort of as little as we can. We kept taking wickets, which was key, and then we had a pretty good back end. So I think we always felt in the game with that total, and then the batters did the job.
Well, Luke, lovely talking to you, and congratulations on a wonderful debut.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Well, next up, I'd like to call the skipper of Pakistan, Babar Azam. A very important man, busy doing a few things. There he is. Babar, टॉस आपके हक में नहीं गया, बट आपने शुरू में कहा कि टॉस इज़ नॉट इन योर कंट्रोल. ऑब्वियसली रन्स करके अंडर प्रेशर करेंगे. 10 ओवर के बाद कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन में थे विद 9 विकेट्स इन हैंड. उसके बाद जो थोड़ा सा कहते हैं डाउनफॉल आया, व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट?
डेफिनेटली जिस तरह हमने फर्स्ट पावर प्ले यूटिलाइज़ किया, मैंने और रिजवान ने, वो काफ़ी अच्छा था. जो प्लान हमारा था उसी पे स्टिक रहे थे, और मेरे ख्याल से आफ्टर 10 आवर्स मेरे ख्याल से वैसे ही जो हमारा मोमेंटम था वो शिफ्ट हुआ उनके पास. मेरे ख्याल से आदिल रशीद को क्रेडिट देना चाहिए जिस तरह उसने बॉलिंग की, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से जो पार्टनरशिप थी वो नॉट अप टू द मार्क थी, और पार्टनरशिप होती तो वहाँ पे टोटल डिफरेंट होता.
इसमें पिच का कितना दखल है, क्योंकि हाफ टाइम के बाद देखा कि उनके प्लेयर्स, उनके बॉलर्स ने, खासतौर पे क्विक बॉलर्स ने पेस ऑफ करना शुरू कर दिया और डिफरेंट चेंजअप्स ट्राई किए. उसका कितना ज़्यादा रोल था इसमें?
डेफिनेटली मेरे ख्याल से उन्होंने कंडीशन को जल्दी उस पर प्लानिंग की कि यहाँ पे क्या हो सकता है, और उन्होंने पेस ऑफ के साथ बॉलिंग शुरू की, तो मेरे ख्याल से क्रेडिट देना चाहिए. लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से हमारे बैट्समैनों को भी थोड़ा सा ये है कि स्टेप अप करना चाहिए, और कोशिश करेंगे कि नेक्स्ट मैच में ये चीज़ें ना हो.
अच्छा, बैटिंग कॉम्बिनेशन की बड़ी बात हुई है कि आप और रिजवान ऑब्वियसली ओपन करते हैं, बट अब फ़खर चूँकि नहीं है, आज आपने हैदर को 3 पे भेजा और शान 4 पे खेले. इसके पीछे आपकी क्या कहते हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखें कम्बिनेशन हम ट्राई करें, डिफरेंट कम्बिनेशन हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं बिफोर द वर्ल्ड कप, और कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हर एक को ट्राई करें और देखें कि हमारे पास क्या बेस्ट 11 है, और जो हमारा बेंच स्ट्रेंथ है उसको हम चेक करें और कोशिश करें कि जो बेस्ट चीज़ हो वो उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी दी जाए.
चलें बाबर, थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड गुड लक फॉर द नेक्स्ट वन. It's now time to invite the winning captain for England, Moeen Ali. Moeen, excellent team performance.
Yeah, brilliant performance. I thought we were outstanding throughout. Obviously, they got a great start. We pulled the game back really well in the middle period, and at the death in particular, we were fantastic. And a lot of praise to the bowlers because they actually set the game up for our batters, who actually on a difficult surface, I thought we played really, really well. We chased it and timed it perfectly.
Phenomenal debut for Luke Wood, picking up 3 important wickets and at a crucial time where Pakistan looked like they were cruising.
Yeah, those crucial wickets, obviously, and big wickets as well, obviously, guys who were in and set, and we managed to get them out, and it wasn't easy for the new batters. I thought Adil Rashid and Luke Wood was outstanding today on his debut to run in and bowl like that. You know, he stuck his chest out and he was fantastic, so I thought them two in particular were awesome.
Yeah, England seems to have a good all-round team in all 3 facets, and the depth that England has, especially in the batting, seems unmatched. Bringing Harry Brook in, phenomenal start for him as well. Alex Hales up the order. Some devastating combinations you guys have.
Yeah, and I thought it was we were really smart with the way we played and chased that down. I thought Alex Hale in particular, with somebody to come in after such a long time, and I'm sure he would have been really nervous, and to play the way he did, he just showed how good he is and why he's one of the best openers in the country. And Brookie's one of the best young players, and everyone's been talking about it. I think hopefully going forward now, this will give him a lot of confidence going forward, and it's only good for English cricket. We have fantastic players not playing as well, which we're looking forward to watching them play in the future as well.
Well, thank you very much, and of course we're looking forward to watching you and the rest of the series. Congratulations once again, and that's all we have from the presentation.
Action does not stop there. The action doesn't stop there. The second T20 international between Pakistan and England will be coming from the same venue at 7:20 local time from the National Stadium, Karachi. I hope you've enjoyed the entertainment tonight. Do join us then. See you on Thursday.
Beautifully struck.
Oh, got him. Oh, that is a ripper.
Up in the air, but straight to the man. Oh, that's well bowled. That is nicely bowled. Oh, fabulous shot. He's gone under. Oh, what a catch. Got him.
What a remarkable win for England. Then their first T20 international in Pakistan, and they've started their tour on a winning note. What a performance by Alex Hales. It's been quite a comeback by him. A lot was spoken about him. He's returned to the side and he made full use of it. Played a wonderful innings as an opener. Jubilation all round in the England camp. And why not Moeen Ali starting his captaincy on a winning note in Pakistan. Welcome to the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show, and I've got a very, very special guest with me. Of course, Waqar Yunus is there, but we've also got Usman Qadir, who had a great outing today. Usman, I mean, आज बड़ी अच्छी आपकी तरफ से हमने बॉलिंग देखी, एक अपॉर्चुनिटी आपको मिली, आपने आके परफॉर्म किया. शुरू में जिस तरह से शुरुआत हुई उसके बाद योर कमबैक वाज रियली गुड. सो थोड़ा सा बताएं कि क्या सोच रहे थे इन कंडीशंस में.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. सबसे पहले तो अपॉर्चुनिटी की आपने बात की तो मोस्टली ऐसा होता है कि शादाब खेलता है तो फिर उसके बाद वो जब नहीं खेलता तो फिर अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है. तो मेरी कोशिश यही होती है कि मैं जितना अच्छा कर सकूं टीम के लिए, पाकिस्तान के लिए, उतना करके दूं. आप पहला बॉल जो हुआ तो उसके बाद ज़ाहिर सी बात है छक्का लग गया, उसमें प्रेशर आता है इंसान के ऊपर, बट उसके बाद मैंने अपने नर्व्स को कंट्रोल किया और अपनी लाइन पे बॉल किया. उसमें उसने मिस्टेक की और वो आउट हो गया उसमें.
अच्छा, वैसे पिच कैसी थी, कंडीशंस कैसी थी? इंग्लैंड के स्पिनर्स आल्सो डिड रियली वेल, सो वाज इट हेल्पफुल एट ऑल? वैसे
आई थिंक कि जो कराची की विकेट होती है, मोस्टली PSL में भी आपने देखा है कि बॉल थोड़ा सा स्टिक करता है सेकंड टाइम पे या फर्स्ट टाइम, डिपेंड करता है मैच कितने बजे स्टार्ट होता है. अगर तो मगरिब के बाद स्टार्ट हो रहा है तो वो ऑब्वियसली सी बात है स्पिनर के लिए हेल्प आउट होती है थोड़ी सी कि बॉल जो है वो थोड़ा स्टिक करता है. तो मैंने भी यही कोशिश की कि क्योंकि आपने LXL को देखा होगा कि वो ऑफ टर्म के ऊपर आके कोशिश कर रहा था कि मैं मिड विकेट की तरफ छक्का मारूं, तो मैंने उसको ऑफ टर्म के ही बाहर बॉलिंग की. उसमें भी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी निकली बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली कैच ड्रॉप हो गया. बट ये है कि जिस तरह उन्होंने बॉलिंग की हमने भी वैसे ही करने की कोशिश की, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे की तरफ रिजल्ट नहीं आ सका.
यानी कि आप कहेंगे कि टर्निंग पॉइंट ऑफ द मैच वाज द कैच. आई मीन उस वक्त एज अ साइड ऑब्वियसली आपको लग रहा था कि मैच अभी तक पाकिस्तान के कंट्रोल में.
जी, क्योंकि जब LXL खेल रहे थे वो उनको PSL का भी एक्सपीरियंस है और वो यहाँ पे जो है उन्होंने काफ़ी स्कोर भी किया हुआ है, तो उनको आइडिया था कि पिच किस तरह की है और विकेट जो है वो टर्न थोड़ा सा बॉल हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा, तो वो उन्होंने ट्राई किया. अगर उस टाइम कैच हो जाता तो मेरा कि ये मेरी बॉल पे होता, किसी भी बॉल पे हो जाता कैच, तो मेरे ख्याल से कि वो मैच का एक टर्निंग पॉइंट था और हम मैच अपनी तरफ लेके आ सकते थे.
अच्छा, जब आप ऑब्वियसली आते हैं, अपॉर्चुनिटी जब इस तरह से मिलती है, थोड़ी सी इनकंसिस्टेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं बिकॉज यू नो लाइक यू सेड शादाब इज़ प्लेइंग, तो जब भी आपको मौका मिलता है तो आप प्रेशर में होते हैं, यू नो, यू सोचते हैं वकार भाई इज़ देयर, व्हेन यू डोंट गेट अ कंसिस्टेंट रन वकार भाई, तो यू नो आप थोड़ा सा बताएं कि प्लेयर पे क्या जाता है व्हेन इट्स डिफिकल्ट फॉर यू टू इफ़ यू डोंट गेट अ कंसिस्टेंट रन.
देखिए, मैं समझता हूँ कि उस्मान इज़ अ फैंटास्टिक बॉलर. आई मीन टैलेंट वाइज नो मैच. जितना प्रॉबली ये गेंद जितना इसका घूमता है या स्पिन होता है इतना शायद शादाब का भी नहीं होता. इट्स गॉट अ वेरी गुड गूगली ऑल्सो. लेकिन इशू ये है कि जब आप इन एंड आउट और आपको रेगुलर बारी नहीं मिलती या रेगुलर मैचेस नहीं खेलते तो इस तरह की इनकन्सिस्टेंसी होती है, क्योंकि ना सिर्फ कि आपने बॉलिंग नहीं की होती मैचेस में, प्लस ये भी होता है कि आपको एकदम प्रेशर बिल्ड होता है. एक बुरा गेंद होता है तो आप यू स्टार्ट थिंकिंग वेरी डिफरेंटली. तो ये एक होता है जब आपके ऊपर शादाब जैसा एक प्लेयर हो या बॉलर हो और वो आपके ऊपर हो तो वो आपको थोड़ी सी मुश्किल ज़रूर होती है. लेकिन आई एम श्योर ही विल इम्प्रूव. आज अच्छी बॉलिंग की, ऑड बॉल थोड़ा सा ख़राब हुआ ज़रूर हुआ है, एक दो शॉर्ट गेंद रहे, लेकिन ओवरऑल जो पिछले कुछ मैचेस से जो मैं देख रहा हूँ आई थिंक ही बॉल रियली वेल. और बिल्कुल सही बात कर रहा है कि अगर वो कैच हो जाता तो ऑफ कोर्स एक एज अ बॉलर भी आपकी जो टेल आप जिसको बोलते हैं आपका कॉन्फिडेंस आता है, प्लस आपको मैच भी आपको जीतने के चांसेस बन जाते हैं. हमारी पाकिस्तान की टीम को फील्डिंग पे बहुत तवज्जो देना पड़ेगी. आज भी लैप्सेस हुए हैं, आज मिसफील्ड्स भी हुई हैं, कैचेस भी ड्रॉप हुए. सो आई थिंक ओवरऑल इट वाज अ डल मैच फॉर पाकिस्तान. मे बी पहले 6-7 ओवर 8 ओवर निकाल दें, उसके बाद पाकिस्तान वाज लूजिंग द गेम थ्रू आउट द डे. सो आई थिंक पाकिस्तान इज गोना sit down, the captain and the coach and everyone, and think hard and come back hard. And I hope के pitch भी better हो, जो कि I thought the pitch wasn't really the great.
अच्छा, Usman, is it difficult, you know, for you as a player, obviously, to motivate yourself every time कि जी आपको पता ही नहीं है कि आप अगला मैच खेल रहे हो कि नहीं खेल रहे, तो वो एक मोटिवेशन फैक्टर जो है वो होता है, मुश्किल होता है कि यार हर दफ़ा अपने आप को मोटिवेट करूँ कि go and perform, or you just really concentrate on doing your best whenever you come out there?
आई थिंक इसमें मैं क्रेडिट दूंगा मेरी फैमिली को। जो मेरी वाइफ है वो बहुत मोटिवेट करती है मुझे, और उसके बाद जब से साकिब भाई आए हैं उन्होंने मुझे एक बात समझाई है कि रात को जैसे प्लेयर का एक होता है नॉर्मल रूटीन में कि कल मैच खेलना है, आप उसी तरह उठें, उसी तरह सोएं, खाना पीना जो भी आपका है वैसे ही उसको लेके चले, तो जब आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है तो आप उसके लिए रेडी होते हैं। तो अभी कुछ अरसे से जो है मैंने दोबारा इसको स्टार्ट किया, तो आई थिंक कि क्रेडिट जो है वो साकिब भाई को भी जाता है कि जो उन्होंने मुझे मोटिवेट किया है, और मैं खुद भी मोटिवेट जो है वो होता रहे, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
उस्मान 7 मैचेस है इस सीरीज में, एक तो चले गुजर गया हो गया, अब 6 और मैचेस हैं, तो आपको कहीं कप्तान ने या कोच ने कहीं बैठ के ये बताया है कि लुक वी विल गिव यू 3 अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ और 4 अपॉर्चुनिटीज़, या ऐसी कोई बात हुई है? क्योंकि जब तक आपको ये नहीं पता होगा कि मुझे अगले मैचेस में मैं कौन सा खेल रहा हूँ कौन सा नहीं खेल रहा, तो आप हमेशा ही आप बैक फुट पे रहेंगे, तो ऐसी कोई बात हुई है?
नहीं, आई थिंक पहले भी ऐसा ही होता था कि आपको नहीं पता होता था कि आप खेल रहे हो कि नहीं, तो अभी भी यही है पाकिस्तान टीम में कि आपको लास्ट टाइम तक नहीं पता होता कि आप खेल रहे हैं कि नहीं खेल रहे। तो मेरे ख्याल से कि अपने आप को मोटिवेट जितना हम रख सकते हैं वैसे ही रखते हैं, बट ग्राउंड में आके पता लगता है कि आप समटाइम्स वो रात को बता देते हैं कि आप खेल रहे हो कि नहीं। तो आई थिंक हर प्लेयर जो है वो रेडी होता है खेलने के लिए, तो मैं भी यही जो
तो
है
आप वैसे चाहेंगे क्या कि आपको पहले पता होना चाहिए कि जैसे अगले 3 मैच खेलूंगा देन यू प्रॉब्ली बी बिट मोर रिलैक्स?
आई थिंक अगर आपको किसी प्लेयर को अपॉर्चुनिटी देनी है, या अगर आपको लगता है कि ये 3 4 5 जितने भी मैच आप अपने उसको देने हैं, उसको देखना है, तो आई थिंक ये बताना चाहिए कि आपको इतने मैचेस हम लोग दे रहे हैं, आपको देखेंगे, तो फिर मेरे ख्याल से कि परफॉर्मेंस जो है वो बेहतर हो सकती है।
Chale, thank you so much, Usman. I know
Thank
that
you.
you need to go now, so thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your thoughts. And obviously, you performed really well. Well done on a personal note. And on that note, we'll take a short breather. And when we are back, we'll be obviously discussing the match in much more detail. So don't go anywhere. Back at the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show, and what a way to start the tour. England winning the first T20 in style, and I've now got David Gow, who's got a huge smile on his face, along with Arooj Mumtaz, who probably approves. Do you approve of his smile and his teeth? Does he need any bit of dental work?
No, leave the teeth out of this. The smile is there for two reasons. One is being back here to see this series in the first place. And yes, it has gone well for England, so very, very good start for them. But let's just make the point, there are still 6 to come. Anything can happen.
Why do you think it's gone well for England, though? Let's get straight to the point.
Straight to the point. It looked at the start as though Pakistan, that opening partnership was going so well. 10 runs and over for the first 5 overs, pretty much. And it looked as though it was a great start, great platform. Then it falls apart, partly because England found ways of changing the pace, found ways of getting wickets, partly because I think Pakistan's middle order is lacking that bit of confidence that you get from making good scores. So there's that pressure that it's fallen apart recently in the middle order, so you start to think about it as opposed to just doing it. So that total at the end, 158, was well below par. Then the only chance you've got as Pakistan is taking wickets, keeping the pressure up, building the asking rate. And you had a man, Alex Hales, who had a point to prove of his own. So England have had enough people today proving their own points for their own personal reasons as well as for the team good. And that is the good start for them that they needed to set themselves on a good course.
Arooj, Pakistan also had a lot of individuals that needed to prove a point. They did start well, the way they started their innings, but it kind of all sort of didn't come together at the time it should have. So where do you think, in your opinion, everything went wrong?
I think it's a little bit of a consistent way that we go on with things. 10 overs, I think Pakistan was 87 for 1. With 9 wickets in hand, you've already got a measure of the wicket. And you expect to score a little bit more than 10 in the second 10 overs. And to fall for about 70-odd runs in the next 10, losing a bunch of wickets, I think there's a few things that you need to think about long and hard, because Fakhar, there's no Fakhar up the order, and then obviously Babar did mention at post-match presentation that still experimenting with combinations, and it's the right time to do so. It was nice to see Heather get a go. Shan at 4, the intent looked really good with Shan. Not quite sure if 4 is his number, but I think, like David said, 6 matches to go, both teams a lot of combinations to work out. So wouldn't worry too much, but a little bit to think about as to how you don't get too many in the last 10.
Well, this is an ideal opportunity for Pakistan indeed to be trying different things, because they've still got 60 20s, like you rightly pointed out. But things were definitely made difficult for Pakistan thanks to Luke Wood. He was definitely our star of the day.
Star of the day brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, it was 3 wickets for Luke Wood. We've seen him in the PSL really targeting the stumps over there and then changing his pace up a little bit. Luke Wood was the star of the day for England. And what a way to start, really.
Star of the day brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
What did you like about Luke Wood then, DG?
Well, what I like about him there is that you saw 3 wickets. Okay, 1 is taken in the deep, but 3 wickets with different changes or different paces, so changes of pace, which in the middle of an innings like that, you cannot just fire it up and hope for the best. I mean, pace, sheer pace has its place, of course, but when you've got batsmen going well, a situation where you need to get wickets, I think the cleverest thing is to be able to change pace, and that's what we've seen for decades now with the short form of the game. The clever bowlers know when to put pace on, take pace off, vary it enough so the batsmen keep guessing. And that's the way you get the wickets, and when you get the wickets, you slow things down.
Arooj, I mean, we spoke about Luke Wood, but generally, the England bowling attack utilized the conditions really well.
I mean, you can never take Adil Rashid out of the game. Probably one of the best leg spinners going around. His googly is, he deceives it. He deceives one of the best batsmen, Babar Azam. I don't think he picked it up at all. So when you bring those combinations in, and what a debut for Luke Wood as well. 3 important wickets, and they, like DG said, they had to manufacture those wickets too. Also, I mean, largely there wasn't a lot of sensible shot making, if I may say, from the Pakistan middle order to add to that. But I think England is one team who have a 360 in all 3 formats. I think they've got depth in all departments, and they look a very strong side.
They do look a strong side, and they definitely look a stronger side when they have Alex Hales at the top, who's also our master blaster for the day.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, it was always going to be interesting. Alex Hales returning to the England side. A lot has been spoken about him, but he was magnificent once again. He's just got so much power in those hands, picks his gaps nicely, and is definitely the player to watch in this series.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
There's so much to love about Alex Hales as an opener. The skill that's there, the power. I mean, I can just go on with all those cricketing adjectives, and DG, we'd probably fall short.
Well, the interesting thing, of course, a little bit as Arush mentioned, there is depth in the talent that England have at the top of the order. So if you imagine, for instance, that Johnny Bairstow would probably have been there in his place, but for this mysterious and very strange golfing injury. Terrible game, golf, isn't it? But for that, Alex Hales would not have had this chance to go again. But now he's got the chance. It is entirely in his hands to make the most of it. And those are good hands. I mean, we've seen him in Pakistan a lot, haven't we, the last few years of PSL. People have seen him around the world, at home in the UK, other leagues, other franchise leagues, where he consistently gets runs at the top of the order and consistently hits the ball to all parts. He is talented, he's clever, he's got a chance now. He's got these 7 matches to make his mark. And it could be one of the great comebacks in that sense.
Aruj, I mean, you're talking about Alex Hales, and it's a great comeback story. He scored a lot of runs, we all know that. But you've played the game. You know how hard it is when you're out of it, well, on an international level, and you're making a comeback. Tell us a little about his mental resolve for him to be able to come out and deliver every time.
I mean, it has to be very, very strong mental resolve for him, right? His character, his mental strength. But I did read an interview of his where he said he thought that this day would never come. And for him to get this opportunity, and I can see 7 matches straight in, and like DG said, he scored all over the world, and he not just strikes them hard and clean, but the strike rate is phenomenal. 153, I think, this year round. He's second highest run scorer in that list since 21 or something. So he has all the potential in the world, and he's probably the most destructive wide ball player. So I think for him, the platform's there. It's up to him how he makes the best of it.
Yeah, well, nothing to take away from him, but he was given that one opportunity during the game, which is also our turning point of the match.
Turning Point brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, it definitely looked like one of those balls that you'd think that would be caught in the deep. And normally, Shan Masood is a solid fielder, but these lapses that we've seen from the Pakistan team perhaps is something that they really, really would be looking to work on.
Turning Point brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Aruj, that's one thing that we've seen. We saw that in the Asia Cup as well. There were a couple of drops, and you do have dropped catches. But is that a concern at all when you're watching the game?
See, of course, I think fielding is 100% game changer. They don't say catches win matches for nothing, right? You saw a good stunner, I may say, by Haider Ali, where he could have very easily gone over the rope with the momentum of the ball. And like you said, Shan's an exceptional fielder. But at the crucial moments, you have to take your catches, no matter how hard they are, and they do change the match for you.
Well, he definitely dropped a catch, but there were other catches that were taken during the innings, some really good catches as well. So let's have a look at what we've got for Safe Hands of the Day.
Safe Hands brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Absolutely no errors over there. England were marvellous in the deep. They're just brilliant when it comes to taking those catches. It's never easy, but they make it look rather simple.
Safe Hands brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
It definitely helps, DG, when you have a unit that is able to catch well. I mean, in this format, that is absolutely crucial.
In each and every format. And when you say they make it look easy, I mean, this is the great thing about professional sport. The top players, batting, bowling, fielding, make it look easy when it goes well. And then you saw the Shan Masood drop. It looked easy at the time. He looked as though, as you say, a very good fielder, had it covered, had done everything right until that final moment when whatever it is in your mind, you take your eye off the ball, the final split second, and it goes through the hands, not into the hands. But it is one of the things you can practice for probably far too long. You can practice it far too much. Instinct is all in this sort of things, and it's confidence. It is confidence under the ball. When it goes up in the air, you've got a couple of seconds, maybe not so much to see it and judge it. And when you start dropping them, it's almost like a plague. It's an infection. It can go through a team.
Is it a plague? Is it an infection, Aruj?
Definitely, because suddenly the mindset or the word within the team is almost like everyone's shying away from the ball. You're almost hoping the ball doesn't come back to you. On the flip side of it, I'd imagine the better fielders in the world want to make amends and want the ball to come back to them. And again, like he said, that's one thing that's in your control. Practice day in and day out till you get better, and you would want the ball to come to you. I think Jonty Rhodes always says, you want to make an impact. You've got those 120 deliveries. Every delivery you can make an impact with fielding if it doesn't go with your way with bat or ball.
What if you have your thumb wrapped around all the way like you have it? Is it easy to catch then, Aruj?
I was wondering how, Zainab, you stayed away from this all day until this very last moment, and you don't even know. You don't even want to know the story. Trust me.
Yeah, it's a story that needs to be told at some other time, right? Let's have a look at the Pakistan squad. There's obviously a lot of options, Aruj, that Pakistan team has. Are we looking at some changes? Are we looking at giving some of the other guys opportunities, or are you sticking to the same team? It's always an interesting one when you have 7 T20s and have that opportunity to rotate and get a combination right.
See, I think the squad's a squad. It's been announced. The T20 World Cup squad has been announced. They've backed their players. They've stuck with it. Fair enough. It's about getting your combinations right and almost changing the mindset. And I mentioned this on comms as well. England and Pakistan, two contrasting sides in terms of how they approach the T20 game. England all in all out from ball one till the end. And some of the better teams seem to have that working for them. Pakistan, on the other hand, rely heavily on that 1-2-3, predominantly Babar and Rizwan to score bulk of the runs. I just feel they leave too much for the middle order to do sometimes. Again, they are number 1 and number 3 in the T20 format, but just feel like again today 87 for 1 in 10 and then faltering to 158.
What about England then? I mean, it's always nice to start the way they have today. I mean, would they be looking to give some of the other guys opportunities? They've just got so much depth in that squad, DG.
I mean, right, some of those men at the moment are technically unfit, so not available for selection. For instance, people like David Willey might be vulnerable if, say, Reece Topley gets over this ankle niggle he's got at the moment. There are players in there who will be playing their first ever internationals. Jordan Cox, one very talented, but he's not necessarily going to get much of a go. And I think the first thing for England actually, in truth, is to say, right, we won that first game, want to build on that, so you want to try and repeat that. You don't want to just change it for the sake of changing it. You want to actually have a plan. So if they want to look at people, they can do that down the series, later in the series. If they want to win the series, first things first, they'll try and pick their best available team at every opportunity from those that are fit and try and do the same thing again as they've done today. So that would be, I think, my prime concern.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts. Their confidence is definitely going to be high, starting off like this. But like I said, it's a 7-match T20 international series. We've had the first one in Karachi, and then we're meeting you once again on the 22nd of September at 6:50. That's the time that we'll be going on air with Babar Azam's men taking on Moeen Ali's men. Well, it's been a pleasure bringing this coverage to you. It's been a fantastic evening here in Karachi. Lots of crowd, lots of buzz, and we'll be back in the next game with the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show.
Beautifully struck. Oh, got him. Oh, that is a ripper. Up in the air, but straight to the man. Oh, that's well bowled. That is nicely bowled. Oh, fabulous shot. He's got under. Oh, what a catch. Get it!
Eddie, get it! Ah, yeah, that's the one! Ah, yeah, that's the one! Ah, yeah, that's the one! Guys, oh no! Hey. Catch it! Catch it!
boy. Great knock.
Beautifully struck. Oh, got him. Oh, that is a ripper. Up in the air, but straight to the man. Oh, that's well bowled. That is nicely bowled. Oh, fabulous shot. He's got on it. Oh, what a catch. Got him.
Welcome to highlights of Bank Al Falah presents Dapper News Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022. This is a newly laid pitch, relayed pitch here in Karachi. It looks very much the same as many pitches that those have seen in Karachi before will recognise. It always looks a very good, solid, and let's say batting pitch. Now the toss. That coin went a long way just to celebrate the fact that these two teams were playing against. It was England winning the toss, and their captain, of course, Moeen Ali, deciding to bat second to chase. So these are the teams then. Here's the first ball of the game. And the first runs of the game as well, just played nicely out to deep square. One ball, one run, things are underway. Tucked away through the onside. 2 balls into this innings and we have the first boundary.
Moves across slightly and it turns out that it come into his pads. Little flick of the wrist, beautiful pitch to bat on. All you need to do is time it away.
Well, there's the leg side. Not a great delivery from Sam Curran. It's not Rizwan, it's Baba who has just helped it.
Loves playing in Karachi, loves this pitch. So it's ideal for him to get back into form. Well,
cut away firmly and very precisely behind square.
Yeah, short, wide and 4.
Sweet shot, really sweet shot. Pure timing, lovely to watch.
That's another good shot through mid-wicket. This will race away to the boundary. It's a fast outfield here.
I love the telepathy.
And that has been slammed down the ground. Quite a magnificent stroke from Rizwan. England under pressure here. Moves around the crease again. Oh, he's found the gap. That's a magnificent piece of placement. Sam Curran saw him coming and dragged his length back. But Rizwan is in such good touch, he adjusted and found the fence.
That's what we call manoeuvring of the length.
Oh, that is glorious. Quite magnificent. Amir, but that is uncivilized. Unceremoniously dumped out of the ground. What a strike. First 6 in the 7 matches. We'll see many more, I'm sure.
Footwork made it. Just moved outside the leg stump, created that room to swing his arms. Flat batted it.
Oh, got him. Oh, that is a ripper. Not picked. And that is the end of Baba. Adil Rashid, you little beauty.
He got caught in the crease. Just hurled the bag, leaving a huge gap between bat and pad. And first blood drawn through Adil Rashid. Scoring 31, it's 85 for 1 Pakistan.
Haider Ali is the new man at the crease.
Oh, that's beautifully struck. Beautifully struck, just enough to clear the boundary and the board some yards behind it. Not too much wrong with the delivery and absolutely nothing wrong with the shot.
Gets his foot to the pitch of the ball and he favors that area every time. A clean strike and you always knew he was sailing over the fence.
Wasn't a bad delivery. He cleared his front leg and then went against the spin.
Up in the air, but straight to the man. Comfortably taken, David Willey.
Yeah, Haider Ali with his head down didn't quite get a hold of this at all. Edge of the bat and straight up into the air. Good catch by Willey on the fence. Just manages 11 of 13. Pakistan 109 for 2.
Oh, that's well bowled. That is nicely bowled. Much quicker, flatter. Saw him coming, saw the intent. He will realise that was a very, very important wicket to take. Rizwan in such fluent form. Just beaten in the flight. That's flatter, quicker, and right through him.
So Rizwan departs with 68 of 46, 117 for 3 Pakistan.
Iftikhar, the new man.
Top edge. That's going to be the end. Shan Masood.
As it is in Karachi, it's the spinners that do the damage. Shan Masood goes for 7 of 7. It's 120 for 4.
Oh, bang. That's out of here. That is a magnificent strike. Shake of the head from Willey. Someone's got to go and fetch it.
A sigh of relief for the Pakistani batters with pace back on. Pace on the ball, smashed down the ground. It's not going off the surface, just skidding on to the bat.
Bowled him.
Oh! Skittles everywhere.
Yeah, decent pace. That last delivery was 140 kilometers an hour. And nip back. Nawaz gone for 4. It's 137 for 5.
Oh, high full toss, and that has been dispatched.
Good start of the over for Pakistan. This was a poor delivery.
Oh, that is out of here. What a strike. It's not been easy to find the boundary as the ball has got older, but that is a beautiful hit.
It is a cutter, but because he's given himself that extra time to be back in the crease, that swing of the bat takes it all the way. Goes back again, full toss, smashed leg side. Not enough legs on that, so taken.
Oh, that is an insouciant take from Ben Duckett out there.
If he has stepped over or touched the skirting, is it 6 or catch? Oh, that's clearly taken. That's taken nicely because it just needed maybe a couple of feet more and it would have been a 6, but this is a cruel game.
Iftikhar goes for 28 from 17. A bit of impetus for Pakistan at the back end from him. 156 for 6. Well, that's leg side as well, and there's a man there, and he takes the catch, Sam Curran, this time. England not fluffing their lines in the outfield.
This one again into the pitch, slow one, Naseem Shah. No heroics this time around. Naseem Shah goes without scoring, 157 for 7.
Gets that one up there as well, gets a well bowled from Waqar Younis off air. That is high praise indeed, and that's an excellent finish for Luke Wood.
Yeah, the opening partnership, again, it was Babar and Rizwan who got Pakistan off to quite a start. Rizwan top scoring with 68, but then it just fell away. Haider 11, Shan 7, Iftikhar then with a few hits over the fence, got to 28, but Luke Wood came back with 2 overs and got 3 wickets and just conceded 12 runs. Last 10 overs, 71 for 6, and that's where England got back into the game. It was the spinners really who came in and stopped Pakistan from going away with the game. Rashid 2 for 27, Moeen 1 for 23. Luke Wood came back and closed the innings off with some brilliant death bowling, 3 for 24. And Pakistan then, although threatened 180 odd, got to 158. Mainly because of the spinners and mainly because they bowled so well. 20 overs, got 158, and England will need 159. Don't go away. England chase on the other side.
And the early honours go to Phil Salt, a boundary with the first ball. Floated up there in relative terms. Full and wide of off stump and just dispatched.
Yeah, caliber of this batsman is big. That was comfort food. Oh, that's a wide delivery. And that was travelling. No chance for the wicketkeeper to stop that one.
Well, we thought the Pakistan start was bright. This is, as you so rightly say, offline, off target. No chance. Now there's the reputation as we knew it and as we now know it. Beautiful shot over the top of mid-off, couple of bounces. Dahani will also find out this is a very good pitch for batting and a very tough pitch to bowl on.
It has been the order of the day. Pace has been put away, and to be fair, it was in the slot to be hit. Mid-off up, clearly.
Oh, fabulous shot, he's got under. Oh, what a catch! Well, I thought he'd got hold of it strongly enough to clear that rope. It's a long boundary out there, but Hyder Ali positioned himself absolutely perfectly.
And talk about keeping his balance after catching that one. That ball was hit flatter than flat, and it was travelling. Anticipated well, leapt in the air at the right time, and then keeping himself in the playing area. Tremendous effort. Promising start comes to an end. 10 of 10, it's 19 for 1.
Slammed away. Too full, too wide. Alex Hale stands and delivers. He's found a way through. That's clever from Hales. He had to go a long way to the onside to give himself the space to do that. And even though Mohammad Nawaz realised that, knew it, and was trying to cramp him still for space, it's just the cleverness of getting the hands through the ball there.
Oh, nicely worked away with the softer hands. Guided the ball towards third man for 4 runs. That brings an end to the over. 43 for 1. And before you leave, can I ask you something? How's your Urdu coming along?
Ek do 3-4 punch, then I start to struggle.
Oh, full toss. That's no length at all, and that has been dealt with by Dawid Malan. It's going to be very interesting to see the contrasting approaches against spin. 50 comes up for England.
Yeah, Usman replacing Shadab Khan, and the problem which he has always had is the consistency of bowling at the right area.
Got him. Use the facilities, pitch the ball, turn the ball, and the catch comes back your way. That is a terrific strike. Great comeback.
Like I said, he's a wicket taker. Bowled the first ball, full toss, went for 6, and then the second delivery. Leg break, turn in, inside edge, not in middle, straight to the bowler, an easy catch. And the excitement is there. They know the importance of this wicket. David Milan departs for 20. England 53 for 2 now.
Short, crashed away. Boy, he hits the ball so hard. So difficult to generate that sort of power from that delivery.
Edge just went over the keeper. Might just roll away for 4.
But I think that says something about you fast bowlers more than it does the captains for putting you there. End of the over. 73 for 2.
That's straight at the man. Oh, he's dropped it. Shan Masood. Couple of steps to get himself in position. It was hit hard and flat, but eminently takeable.
Yeah, he's a better fielder than this. Didn't have to move a lot. Should have been taken. Could have been a huge wicket. In the parlance of the game, wasn't to be.
Finger went up straight away. That's the reply from Usman Khadir. Will it be reviewed? Yes. Still thinking about it. Discussing the line, discussing what's going on, discussing where it might have gone. And it is a review.
Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Can you go back on field, please? Alim, I recommend you to stay with your original decision. I'll let you know. When you're on screen, make a signal, please.
So no reprieve for Ben Duckett. A bright innings. Kept England on track until that moment. He's got to go for 21 from just 17. It's 87 for 3.
But especially in T20 cricket, maybe because Shadab is so accurate and so good in applying the pressure that he gets the nod. The 100 comes up for England, but if you look at the comparisons, Pakistan 106, so they're still in front.
Oh, that's clever. That is very clever. First ball of the over. Harry Brook using all his ingenuity, all his skills and daring here just to get just underneath it and flick it down to long leg for 4. Well, that edge will fly very quickly. Races away for 4. Again, 2 full. Dahani is trying.
Beautiful stroke from Harry Brook. Perfectly controlled, not a hint of risk whatsoever, and this game is running away from Pakistan, gentlemen. Hammered, absolutely hammered by Alex Hales. Give this man width at your peril. Down the leg side, it's taken the glove, but it's also running away to the boundary. That is 50 for Alex Hales, his 9th in T20 internationals. It's been 3 years since he's worn the 3 Lions of England.
In the air, can he take it? Yes, taken. Babar took the catch, and that's what Pakistan's been looking for a long time. Alex Hales is gone.
Yeah, the agony after the ecstasy. Hales with 50 on his return to the team, perhaps still relishing and thinking about the moment. The adrenaline was pumping through his body. And in the end, with the end in sight, he offers up the easiest of catches to the Pakistan skipper. Hales goes for 53 from 40 deliveries. England within sight of going 1-0 up, 142 for 4. Oh, touch. What a touch that is. 150 flashes by for England. And once again, Harry Brook serves notice that he is a real talent. Oh, that's it. It's all over. The crowd were momentarily excited. The ball was in the air heading towards extra cover, but Harry Brook has found the gap, he's found the fence, and he's found England 1-0 up in this 7-match series.
Well done to England, winning this game comfortably in the end. Brook looked really good, 42 of 25, and of course Alex Hales was man of the hour for England in the batting, 53 of 40, and they easily chased 160 for 4.
And the bowling, they need to work. They need to work really hard. Naseem, expensive, although he bowled 9 dot deliveries, but he's given freebies, easy deliveries. Nawaz was good, no wickets for him. Dhani did pick up a wicket, but expensive again. The faster bowlers was expensive. And Usman Khadir on this sort of pitch, where you expect that the ball...
But in the end, it was too little and too late for Pakistan when Hales finally went for 53. And England running out winners quite comfortably by 6 wickets with 4 deliveries to spare.